It is now.
All right, well, let's try to get started. Where did we begin session last time? What was the start of last session?
Not being eaten alive by giant eel thing.
Right, not being eaten by Narsenhar. All right, I'm going to start picking people since no one's speaking up. So, Syl, what was the conversation with Narsenhar? What happened?
Uh, we had to basically negotiate with him to keep him from killing the baby in order to bond with Clotho. And then that worked out, and he ended up bonding with Clotho successfully.
And why did he want to kill the baby?
Basically just because it was in his nature. Like he's not. He didn't see any reason to keep the baby alive.
Wasn't it also if he killed the baby, it would be more likely that Clotho, the actual girl, would be able to take a new host and come to power sooner?
Yeah, I think so.
Right, so he's thinking, large term perspective. That seems like a better plan to him, although you all disagreed and got him to agree to not do that. There was another sort of issue that he has with bonding and being the Lairk, well, being the Adler for this Lairk. What's the problem?
If the baby gets threatened or in trouble and isn't protected by her family, basically, he's going to come to protect her and just wipe out absolutely everything in the area.
Right. So if there is a threat that he thinks he is supposed to be there to protect the child from, he will come up. But since you guys are weird about not killing babies, he assumed that you would also be weird about not killing everything within a large radius of when he surfaces. Anything else from the conversation with Narsenhar that you guys feel like needs to be brought up?
Um, we learned we just sort of had a long conversation with him and learned more about like Leviathan and the beacons. Um, we learned that the thing in Lab 2 is like a seed of a watcher, which is a entity of the adversary. Um, and we learned that beacons are essentially like a mockery of life. He called them a she echo.
He also gave us a picture of the plains map to show us where grandmother is located,
Oh yeah.
and she's in some sphere above the other plains, and then there's another sphere below the plains. And I don't think we asked him what was there.
You all did not. What was one of the problems that you all were experiencing with Narsenhar and communicating with him? Because he gave you some information, but then sort of stopped giving you all information. Why did he stop? Why did the conversation sort of end?
Anything that was too hard to convey through speech, he wanted to use kind of like a psychic link to give more background and meaningful knowledge, but it was painful.
Potentially deadly.
Correct. So, and at a certain point, he was like, "Well, I don't want to kill the new summer night before it can do something. So let's not." So if no one has anything else with Narsenhar, we'll keep moving on. From there, you guys decide to go elsewhere. Where are you going? What's the plan? What's the new mission?
Well, we dropped off Lord Stonetree and his family and servants back in Three Trees, Checked in with Oil on Water, made sure she knew we kept up our end of the deal, didn't keep them for long. And then we decided to follow the next dream, which we figured was the fleet. What's the word we were using? The boats out on the ocean that were fishing.
Yeah, you guys don't have great knowledge on which one of the next two is quote unquote next, but both of the two that have not happened yet happened in somewhat the same region, and decided to kind of go look. One thing happened when you guys made it back from talking with Nersenhar. What was that? So, as you guys were coming out of the lake, you all noticed something.
Oh, the shield was shiny, something to do with the passage of time in Narsenhar's realm versus ours, and it being offset. So while we felt we were only gone, if I was like an hour or two, we were actually gone about 8. So time progresses differently between the areas, and we could kind of feel and see that on the shield.
Right. And that's when you all got the next vision. And then we had some time of discussing the vision, and that's all up someplace so you guys can listen to the recording or read the vision as well. So we had some discussion about the vision and then headed off to the North Sea.
When we
So
get there,
go ahead.
when we get there, we learn that there are 9 Leviathan by. Our beacon pretty much immediately sends away the 7 kings, and a category 2 kind of lurks in the distance. But we get sort of attacked by a dark light category 4. The beacons like start trying to lock onto one another. And I think our beacon was going to lose, but then something gave Griffle very command of the ship systems, weapon systems.
Yeah, Griffle, if you're, I understand if you're not awake yet for stuff, by all means, I can switch to somebody else. But if you are awake enough, what was your perspective on what happened there?
Yeah, so initially my perspective was that because I'm aware that wait, you guys can hear me, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Cool. I'm aware that Leviathan mess with your mind, and I was concerned that I was like hallucinating or being fed like information, like that, the Leviathan was offering me a choice that would ultimately spell out doom. But then I thought, well, what have we got to lose? So I reached for some weapons and actually found some weapons. I believe the helmet, the artifact itself opened a back door and gave control of the weapon systems to me. So I bound an experimental weapon to one of the portal discs that are like the weapons of the ship, which opened into Al's room.
And Al Shaib did a thing, and everything went perfectly swimmingly. And the category 4 swam away. And what happened next?
We were actually able to talk to Al for the first time in a while. Whatever we did loosened his bindings, so he was happy and chatty, and we actually had a bit of a conversation with him.
So it wasn't clear, was it us loosening his bonds, or was it something else that had happened?
I figured binding him to the weapon system probably loosened the bonds in order for him to actually be able to, like, attack. That's my running theory.
Okay.
I also am under the assumption that the helmet overrid the whatever it's called. It's basically like locked down the ship. So like Griffle became pseudo captain for a moment.
Yeah, it's like it's acting captain for like all of 30 seconds. Yeah.
And something else that I do want to say, this is a not for the session thing, but something I would appreciate someone poking me about if they were having to remember. Because you did have access to the weapon system for a little while, that means you will be able to have access to the character sheet for the weapon systems for the ship. I've not finished typing them all into Roll20 yet, so I need to make sure that they're correct with my notes and all typed in and that sort of stuff. But I have most of it done, so I should be able to share that with you. Like you won't be able to use it right this moment, but you will be able to see how they work. And kind of understand the basic principles more or less. Griffel, have you played a character that is psionic before?
Only at like level 3.
Okay. But the basic principle of this thing has an effect, you can spend a power point to make it stronger.
Augmentation, yeah, cool.
So basically, think of augmentation, only instead of expending power points, you're spending reserve ship's energy.
Right.
That's how
That's cool.
most of the weapon system works. And after that, you guys had a conversation with Al Shaib. What was the conversation with Al?
I think the biggest point was he realized he was deceived, and he wasn't actually speaking with Lotho, because he said he had talked to her, but she didn't recall talking to him. So we figure it was the other guy, I forget his name, deceived Al.
Seth.
Yes, it seems like someone or something was making Al Shaib believe that he was speaking with Clotho, and that did not work. Or rather, the deception worked, but it might not have held as he's now looking at it closer.
We also learned that he's loyal to someone that he refers to as the Grand Sultan.
Correct. And for those of you guys that were kind of listening to the conversation at the end, he also referred to you guys a little differently than he has previously. He had a different title for you all. Do you remember?
No.
I do not remember that.
Who is Al Shaib loyal to? The Sultan and
His master.
his current masters.
Oh, was that referring to us? I thought that was just in a general sense. Like if he were to be, if his lamp were to be rubbed.
Oh my god.
That sounds like an Inuit, the way you phrased it.
I don't know if he lives in a lamp traditionally, but
I mean, you could consider the ship we're on a giant lamp, and we've been rubbing it in a sense.
Have we?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
like scraping it on the side of a mountain and like, taking it on grand adventures is like kind of rubbing it, that sort of roundabout sense.
And what was so we got the thing with Clotho. There was a little bit of discussion about Al Shaib saying, well, I guess various cats are out of their respective bags. And then he asked a question of you guys. What was his main question for you all? His first question.
He was like, "Why are you doing all of this?" Right? Because he assumed that we had made certain assumptions and were acting based on those assumptions.
Well, he basically says, "Why are we in the middle of the ocean? What are you all doing?" And you all respond, and then he gives back a response of, "Okay, well, you're looking for a thing. I would like to help you with that. What sort of things have you found from your divination magics and things like that? What have you already gotten from gathering intel?" And then the group sort of says,
What intel? Gathering information?
So that's kind of where we ended session last time. So let's assume that that'll be the start of this session. Um, does anyone else have something they think they would like to add for recap? Something important from last session that we need going in?
Yeah, so this was after Blake had left, but you told the rest of us that when the beam from Al Shaib came out of the portal, Syl felt like he was covered in hives and was scratching at his skin.
Oh.
Right. So your characters felt like there was almost like an allergic reaction. And it felt like you were breaking out in hives, that there was this itch and heat sensation kind of covering your body that went away almost immediately. But it was very pronounced when the beam came out of the primary containment.
Just to clarify, this was a cold beam.
It froze the ocean, so that was the assumption.
Yeah.
I would also add, I guess we learned more about Leviathan a little bit. I wrote down that we figured out that Leviathan are essentially seen as enemy beacons. I know we saw that or we heard that, but like they were also called by Narsenhar remnants of the adversary. So we had we were like, we had some discussion about what is a beacon and why is Narsenhar like a beacon and why are Leviathan like beacons, and so that's a thing.
A lot of talking with characters that know a lot and figuring out how the fundamental things work continues being peppered through the different episodes, or I say different episodes, but the different sessions. I have two of my friends that have listened to now most of the episodes that we've recorded.
Nice.
Well.
One person's one episode behind and the other one's 3 episodes behind. So
Do they have suggestions such as do research and divinations?
So what I will say is the feedback I've gotten from both of them has been very pointed in that this game seems very different than the other sessions of D&D that they've listened to and like podcasts and stuff. And one of the reasons is that letting the world kind of breathe and letting you guys sort of like muddle through and figure things out is very different. And both of them have separately made comments about how cool it is that the players are like obviously taking notes and paying attention and putting together pieces of the puzzle. And that is also something that I really like. So basically getting to hear from other people that, yeah, your players are awesome is fun.
Well, that's nice. Thanks, Gary's friends.
And these are our sessions that they're listening to, and they think we're putting puzzle pieces together.
They're not just like yelling at their screens.
You know the theory about like putting 1,000 monkeys in a room and like on typewriters? That's kind of
Well, we're
that's the
only
same
6
thing.
monkeys.
That's my
Yeah.
only hope.
To be fair, they did say you're putting puzzle pieces together, not that they fit.
Whoa. Fair point.
Ouch.
Fair point.
I'm
I
just
make
kidding.
my own puzzles.
All right. So is that good for recap? Do you guys want to go ahead and get started for the day?
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. So real quick, I do want to kind of put things up. So in A Simple Dinner, and at the very end of last session, Griffle and Philly were having a conversation about the prophecies, about the giant thing, and then the angel prophecy, and how they were different, and what the interactions and things were. There's a bit of conversation that happened around there. I wanted to clarify just one small thing, and then I was going to kind of open it up for the 2 people that were there, because I think this is something that would be fun at some point for you guys to have discussions about. And since Griffith brought it up kind of after session was over last time, I did want to kind of open it up so that other people can kind of weigh in on it and kind of give interpretations and things. The only detail that I wanted to say was different, or wanted to remind people of, because specifically it's something that the characters would not have been able to forget, is the giant speech that you guys heard was not written, and it was not said by Taisiriel / Zexiriel. It was one of those pools. You had the gallery with the burned out or blackened out places where there should have been portraits of what you guys presumed to be your gods, and then below them there were these pools of water that were sort of suspended underneath each of the portraits, and one of them was vibrating, and someone touched the vibrating pool, and it allowed this voice to come from the pool and fill the little antechamber that you guys were in. So the fact that that was spoken aloud kind of through that little pool of water on the wall would be something that your characters wouldn't forget. So wanted to put that out there and then kind of open the floor if people had questions or had kind of brainstorming about the prophecy stuff. And then I'm going to go and wake up my wife and my friend. So be right back.
I got most of my questions answered. The conversation was more just Philly talking for forever and ever, with me occasionally interjecting with questions just about where this all started, where you've been, I guess like right from the very beginning. And I got most of my questions answered. I can't think of any more.
So you had asked where on broken ground of highest kind might be, and I
Yeah.
think that might be the Stormhorns,
Oh.
Oh, that would
like
make
cattle
sense.
horns, and
Mhm.
it's like
Mhm.
there've been like weird geological stuff happening there, right?
Smart. Yeah, 'cause
Where is
that's
the
like where they
Stormhorns?
The southwest portion of the Reach.
and that's where like the critters from the Underdark came up that the storm giant helped
Yeah,
kill, right?
and that was the location of Filibuster's dream.
Yeah.
Yes. Can I ask a question? What when we heard the meatball speak, what did it say again?
It said,
Like murder, death, kill.
"Okay, Haley."
It
We went,
was something like take me back,
yeah.
let me go.
Consume, confuse, take me back, let me free.
Very adversary like.
I just want to say I watched I don't know if anyone's seen the movie Arrival with Amy
Oh yeah.
Adams and
Mhm.
that other guy. But it really got me thinking about how language works. And I'm like, is Gary tricking me all the time?
Yes.
Maybe,
For
but
sure.
definitely yes.
Because
I'm actively
I'm
telling you
here.
that language is important in the world.
That's but I just want to say, like, Filibuster here's the court people talking and being like, the world is this way, and the way we're describing it as the world is kind of sucks. And the adversary wants to not do that, and I'm just like, maybe.
So while I was walking past the computer room, I heard something about the unbroken ground of highest kind and like a revelatory sounding O. What was the conversation there?
I said, that sounds like the Stormhorns.
Why?
Because cattle have horns, and there have been some like geological things that happen there to break the ground.
What else? You guys have one piece of information that it's kind of old, but it's something that got said to you a few different times. How do people describe how you draw the reach? What does it look like?
Yeah, it looks like an animal. I don't recall what animal.
Kind of important.
Recall.
So when you guys first were going into the reach and first learning about things, you were given a little rough sketch of, oh, this is what this looks like, and sort of the children's explanation of the Reach, some of the earliest sort of discussions people had about the Reach was that it looks like a charging bull into the continent, where the head of the bull is hitting the mountain range in the northeastern portion of the continent.
Oh wow. I was looking at it the complete opposite direction. It's like a hand reaching out to the sea.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a bull myself.
That's fine. Again, this is the how do I put this? This is the constellation version of what the world looks like. It's like, oh, those five stars together make an archer, and you're like, yeah, okay.
Fair point.
Well, those would be the horns on a bull. The storm horns.
The hand, right? The back hand, so the top part is the back legs. And then the bottom part where the thumb would be, that's the front legs. And you have the body of the bull kind of charging head down into the continent.
I see it.
I see it now. I had not thought of it before. I'd been thinking about it sitting in the other direction. Not a bull, but the animalistic shape.
And it's one of those things that gets mentioned offhand a few times, but you guys have a much more accurate map than what a lot of people do when they just kind of put the Reach as an afterthought off to the side. The people that were there in the library, when you remember, when you got a bunch of different maps of the Reach, there were really bad ones, and then you guys went through some effort to get Scryt to get you a really good version of the map. And yes, whoever's outlining in kind of teal there, that is the sort of constellation style rendering of the Reach as it's seen by outsiders.
I mean, I hope you don't hate me for this, but this is kind of what I was thinking of. I will put this in prosperity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it. All right, so any other things about the discussions with the prophecy and things before we head on?
I did want to ask one clarification. I feel like I may have asked this before, but I can't find it in my notes. The ship's manifest, specifically the security part, the bottom, is that still up to date?
No,
we still
there's
have a
no
bound?
bound temporal intruder in the ship's manifest.
Okay. And I can't remember if I asked Plucky for a timeline of when that alert went away.
You did, and the answer was you do not have permission.
Okay. All right.
So you did ask, but you did not get an answer. Good question. Anything else? All right, so let's go ahead and start. You guys are flying above the frigid waters of the North Sea after having recently fended off one of the Leviathans and are able to speak with El Shaib, who has asked you what sort of things you've done in order to find this ship. And you guys are at a bit of a decision point. Is the plan to look for the ship? You guys were getting close to where you thought the ship might have been, and then maybe either decide between going after the kid on the coast or going after the ship. What's the party's plan and outlook here?
So I was thinking that because we could actually do a divination to determine where my dream occurred as opposed to where one's dream, depending on how long it takes to do that ritual, we could scan the waters for the flotilla until that ritual is complete, and then we would know exactly where to go for my dream.
Okay, what ritual are you planning to use?
Wasn't it like find place? Or
Seek the path. Is that what it's
Find
called?
the path. Find the path.
Find the path.
And this is one of the ones that you bought the empowered components for, correct?
Yes, I purchased it specifically because we have to know who has it, right? Because I would have to cast it.
Correct. Although it's not quite as important for this one because you are high enough level to cast it. So a lot of the I need you to do things is less important, and there is not a check associated with this one.
And it takes an hour to cast. Is that right?
Takes an hour to cast. Correct.
Okay.
So what's the location? So we have Philly is going to be casting Find the Path and naming what as your location.
Let me pull it up.
Wait, so are we just abandoning the boat?
Well, we'll have an hour.
We'll look for it.
I think the answer was, are you going to do option A or B? And you said yes.
It does last 8 hours.
Correct.
Also, Gary, if I cast it using the empowered components, it only takes 15 minutes.
Correct. Although doing so will cost an extra 100 gold, which the group still has a decent supply of money, but just a worthwhile thing that you need to note.
Shouldn't we cast the empowered one because it's gonna point us in the correct direction better?
So the difference between the non-empowered and empowered version, the empowered version is faster, so it only takes you 15 minutes to cast instead of an hour.
Mhm.
And then the non-empowered version just gives you some sort of knowledge in your head. So Philly will know basically the direction where it is.
Mhm.
The empowered version will do that, but in addition, the rod that you have for casting the empowered version glows up and basically makes an arrow that everyone can see the direction, and you can just point the rod and it'll glow in the direction you're supposed to go.
Mm.
So empowered version take 15 minutes, or the normal version and take an hour.
Well, they want time to search, so I guess it would just be normal. Right, team?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
How much gold
Okay.
do we have at this point?
I was actually looking it up. I was like 95% sure I bookmarked it someplace.
You did somewhere.
And I don't remember
It's in the campaign resources channel. We have 10,980 gold.
Yeah, you had that at some point. I think you're down to like 9,000 something now.
Oh,
Then we
So I think
also
you're-
have personal gold. Or is that not
Yeah.
right?
I think you're at like 9735 is what I'm seeing as the most recent.
oh, I see. You're
gold
updating
amount.
it. Got it.
And I thought we combined most of our gold at some point.
Yeah, I think that's the combined goal from the stuff that you guys have done. So I don't think there is. I think the idea of personal gold is like you guys have like pocket change, spending money on you, but yeah, I think the 9735, and I'll just go ahead and say 9735 will be the current amount. I'm going to pen this for later.
So I don't know. Is an hour enough time to continue searching for the boat?
Very likely, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Gary, is there a way that I could have Plucky like search a really wide radius for any like faint pings like beacon pings?
Basically, that is what it's doing right now.
Right.
You've known from a couple times you've gotten to look at the screen that the sensors are currently set to max. So they're at max range already.
Right. Okay.
And so you're casting the ritual, and where's the ship flying? Like, what direction are you guys going in order to start looking?
Yeah. So we have no read on which direction was the Cat 4 in from where we are.
So you guys are the little blue X, and then it is the green circle. If you're not on the tabletop yet, it is to your south and east.
That would be my thought as to the direction we should fly then.
I was thinking if they're from Hardholm, maybe northeast might be good too, right? More towards like the Hardholm area.
Yeah, I feel like that makes sense. Like worst case, we could go to Hardholm and be like, "Where are these guys?"
Yeah.
I
Okay.
mean,
Gabe.
So the one thing that you guys do know is that the ship was not within sight of land, and so you're previously kind of avoiding that island that is southwest of Hardholm. So it seems like the plan is go vaguely towards Hardholm. Is the plan to go north and east or south and east?
Out northeast sounds good.
How far? I'm just trying to think in terms of real world. Like the horizon's normally about 13 kilometers out, which is what? How many miles? 10
Depends
miles?
on it depends
Not
on your
10.
height. It depends on your height.
Right.
yeah.
So, how high are we? Because if we just go up and we could see further, like we're relying on the ship sensor. What if we just go up and then look with like binoculars or the equivalent?
So we're about 200 feet up.
So one thing I do want to note is that it is getting towards dark now. So the sundown is coming fairly soon. So you will be able to see a decent way. But I don't know if you guys have ever been over the ocean in an airplane or something and tried to like see in the distance, but especially towards like sunrise, sunset, distances and being able to actually see anything is very difficult.
Yeah,
Did
you'd
either
almost
of the
want
two visions
dark.
happen at night?
Could you repeat that?
Did either of the two visions that we're looking for happen at night?
No, I don't think so.
Actually, I'm not I don't think so. It just says the clouds make it seem like dawn is forever away, even as black is turning to gray. So it looks like it's occurring around dawn.
Right.
And which vision was yours?
Mine was the one that's going to be on the coast somewhere.
Okay.
The dragon one.
Well, if we need to be near the coast anywhere, maybe southeast is a good direction.
Just a reminder, it takes us a whole day to travel 80 miles ish. So,
Well, and that was going to be
Yeah.
my other question. Like, what if we just blip over to like here and just have another search radius, right?
Yeah, we do have enough power to do that.
Do we have power to do that multiple times? Just grid search via teleportation?
Not really.
Okay.
It takes 2% of ship's power to do it. You're currently at 15% or 50%.
Oh.
And
Well,
So my
in that
vision
case.
happened pretty early in the day.
so one last thing, I actually realized that I made a mistake on the superstitions end handout. So the only thing that I will note is you guys are at 50% currently. However, your recovery rate is currently only 5. So if you teleport, say 3 times, you're sort of net losing energy for that day, which is not necessarily a bad thing, just something to keep in mind.
We don't want to be dipping below like
20%.
Yeah.
yeah,
We got a
like we
lot.
don't want to be dipping below whatever we need to use, like the ESAT, basically.
Technically, you can use the ESAT at 5%.
Yeah, but we're not. We're not
Well, it
going
says
to. Yeah.
here's the interesting thing. So what's basic flight would stop if we go below 10%. Got it. Okay.
So that's the question. Do you guys want to engage the plane shift engine and teleport to another spot to kind of get another big circle to search? Or is the
Yeah.
plan to fly?
Griffle's all for teleporting. Also, what is the current scan range? Like, what I'd like to do is teleport to just the other side of our scan range.
So I think JP is drawing on the map a good marker for.
Yeah, it's about 50-mile radius. I tried to draw a similar sized circle. I think mine's a little small, but somewhere in that region would be the next decent scan radius and puts us fairly close to the coast.
Yeah, like inside of land, probably. Yeah.
I mean, you can get within inside of land if you wanted to. It's I feel like it's something that when you get a chance to get into Roll20 will be much easier to see than explain.
All right.
You more or
My
less
PC's
have.
booting up at the moment. I'm like a minute away from being in. It's all good.
That's fine. I'm just trying to. If you're going south, southeast, or northeast, there's effectively 3 circles of teleportation, or 3 radiuses of your scanner that, if you were going to use it like that, would fill up that region, right? So where JP has his thing now would be the southeast one, and then if you had like that's south by east. If you had a east by south, that was up and to the right of that one, and then if you had a northeast one, those 4 circles would cover the vast majority of the area you think that the ship is in.
And how long does it take to like fully scan an area? Like, how long would we need to be in each location in order for Plucky to for the ship to be able to figure that out?
Depending on what you're looking for, but I think you guys are operating under the assumption that there's a beacon, and it only takes the ship about 10 minutes to figure out where it is, fix all of its stuff, and then scan for threats and beacons and things like that.
Cool. Well, I mean, let's do that then. That would be ideal. We just like pop to each location, spend 10 minutes scanning, and then pop to the next one if we don't find anything.
Do we need full crew to do these jumps?
We just need someone to make a decent Arcana check to get us within a certain radius of our destination.
I'm pretty sure with my Arcana, we like can't fail. Like we can't
Too much
not get
anyway,
max. Yeah.
I think you have the capacity to get 1 below, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
What's your Arcana?
Tell you in a sec. It's plus 16.
So yeah, you're right. Even at a 1, you'd get the within 10 miles. So you're basically a coin flip between within 10 miles of where you want to go and then exactly where you want to go. All right, so we got the spheres labeled as 1, 2, and 3. Which one are we going to first? 1, 2, or 3? I mean, I didn't label them 1, 2, and 3 for any reason.
I was
so just so I can
originally
stop
thinking
calling them.
3 myself. That was the first one I drew.
Is that what the group was thinking? Go to 3 first?
For me,
We have no insight into location at all. Other
We were
than
told it's probably not in that blue stripe. And from my vision, I know that we were a week outside of Hardholm.
Oh, that's a really good point. How far would a flotilla travel per day?
Griffle?
full.
For 1 sec.
Filibuster, in this session of Battleship,
Literally,
A1.
you're like scanning. You're like, can you hit? Have you hit yet?
But it is like a fishing expedition, so they probably just go out far enough to where the fish are and then
Right.
kind of putter around for a while.
Yeah,
You
but
guys
we
can
need
hear
the
me, yeah?
maximum, right? If you're thinking they're a week, like they've been gone for a week or they traveled for a week.
Ooh.
So in my vision, they had been out for a week and they were probably going to stay out for a couple more weeks until they started picking up the Leviathan.
Interesting.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Right, sorry, audio issues. So Gary, do I know how long a flotilla like that would travel in a day or a week?
I was gonna say I know you as the person have a little bit of sailing knowledge, and it is a more traditional sailing ship. So a decent sized sailing vessel, how long it would travel in a week.
Oh boy.
And if you as the person do not know, I can give you some more information on it. But
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the era and the, like, yeah,
so
depends on the wind and.
the idea here is that some of the devices and things that people can use can basically make their own wind. So assuming that the flotilla is reasonably resourced, it can probably make somewhere in the range of like 30 to 40 miles a day if it was going hard and in good position, in good shape.
Cool.
That being said, they would probably travel a decent bit slower than that unless there was a reason to travel fast. So if they are a week out, the chances that they're more than 200 miles from Hardholm is, I mean, it's definitely possible, but that's probably getting to where their maximum range is.
Okay.
Yeah, so that makes me think 2
I think
or
2.
3.
Let's go 2.
2 sounds good to me.
Works for me.
Yep.
Sounds good to me.
Get out. So, Griffle, you command the ship to engage the teleportation.
Indeed.
So one thing you'll notice when you send the command to Plucky to teleport, you give a mental image of where it's going. The response from Plucky is a little more sluggish than it was last time.
Mm.
Lucky's hungover, guys.
But was the sluggishness because of the Leviathan fighting, or because the Crystal Helm was trying to create a back door? If the Crystal Helm is still like trying to force its way in, might be why.
The helm isn't. I'm pretty sure the helm isn't trying to force its way in. It tried to keep the back door open for me long enough to like resolve the combat, but then it was like, well, I can't do this anymore. I think it probably would have stopped trying once the need for that trying had ceased.
Reasonable. But you can tell the ship's systems are moving like noticeably slower. So the normal process that happens when you go to teleport, the ring changes, it flexes, becomes that more oval shape than the circular shape, and then you can sense the systems going off one by one, and there's a little bit of a pause when the weapon system goes to go offline, and then Plucky sends back a confirmation and says, "Confirm weapon system disarm."
Yes, disarm.
You feel the system kind of finish disarming, and then the ship teleports. So the ship teleports, and let's give me that Arcana check.
Yeah. Mm.
I don't know why it only moved one part of the X, but that's where you actually teleport to on the map. I moved the circle. So the teleport goes through. You see the systems come back on. Griffle, you can tell that when the systems reactivate on the other side of the teleport, they do not reactivate in the same order that they have every other time that you've teleported. Typically, when you come out of a teleport, all the systems, when they come back online, they put on the sensors first. That's what comes online first. This time it doesn't do that. It turns the weapons on first, and then it turns on the rest of the ship.
So it's in a state of alertness, or
Not sure why it's doing what it's doing, but
But-
it is what it's doing.
but that wouldn't make any sense because the weapons need the sensors in order to be able to lock on, right?
Yes.
Unless it has something to do with Al, like forcing something through, or who knows. You could ask Plucky what's going on.
Yeah, do the weapons take time to initialize?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm
So-
guessing that's it then.
Would you ask Plucky? Were you going to ask Plucky something?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I. So I would ask, why are weapons being engaged before sensors?
Weapons systems were temporarily disadvantaged as they were not currently online at the beginning of an instituting combat. Ship systems are attempting to rectify that error.
So this is what I can expect from now on. Then I guess this is.
So the system says default security settings have been updated to conform to new, more threatening parameters.
Mm.
Cool. Thanks, Plucky.
So weapon systems come online, then the shield comes up, all the other parts of the thing, the kind of like flight mode of the ship. So the ship drops, 15, 20 feet out of the air for a second, and then the ship engages. So it turns on all the weapons first, and then it turns on everything else.
I mean, flight should be first. Just saying.
So it turns on everything else.
Horrifying.
And then you see the pulse from the beacon go out. And let's see, who did the roll last time for me? That was Morin. Let's do.
What is that?
All right, so let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. One of many. That's you.
I'm surprised
Give me a
one
D100,
isn't
please.
one. Just
You
saying.
would think, but I mean, I could have done it like that, just not how I was doing things. 78. Okay. So the pulse goes out, and you see a wide array of things underneath you. And the ships, when it loads, when it the screen starts to come up, you see that inside of it there are numerous contacts. However, there's one contact that isn't just a single point as everything else has been. This contact, rather than being a single point, is an orb, is an area within your view of the sort of mental map of the region that is cordoned off with about a 2-mile radius. And it's to the south and east of where you currently are. Actually, pretty close to where the number, like the bottom of the number 2 on the map. So it's 20-ish miles away, 25 miles away.
Flotilla implies multiple ships, right?
It does. And you can see that there is a active beacon. So it basically notices that. And then you can see the ship doesn't initially ping the beacon because it's still in that sort of stealth mode's not the right word, but incognito. It doesn't actively like send out stuff if it thinks it can be traced. And you can notice that there are several other Leviathans nearby. However, the ones that are nearby are all category 1, and the first ping from the beacon immediately scares the ones that are nearby away.
Yes. I think we found it, boys. and girls.
Yeah. Yeah. Is like, do we approach?
Do we have like a Star Trek style video screen we can pull up?
You don't have that sort of thing, and even the way that kind of Griffle gets a sense of things. She only gets the image in her head, and then after the initial ping goes out, after the initial sensors kind of like don't recognize anything as like an obvious threat, you get the thing loading up that whether you want to designate the beacon as a target, whether you want to ping them, whether you want to hide from them, what you want to do, and then you see the second sort of wave of sensors go out. First wave being like, what's here? Second wave is, all right, well, what is the thing? What are the things that I found? What sort of information about it? And as soon as you do that, you see the classification of the beacon that kind of pings back at you. It's an SVC. So that's SVC. And it is a it's a SV class C category and has the markings of HD for hard home.
Yeah, we found him.
SV mean sailing vessel.
SV is the shortened. Actually, Griffle can say this if she wants.
Yeah. 1 second. I can't remember the exact. SV is.
Oh, Signet something.
No, so it's a seal type beacon, which is so you go like empty vessel, which is the lowest, and then a bound vessel, which is the second lowest, and then a seal, which is the third lowest, and then above that you've got like an emblem and then a signet royal. So like many times shittier than our beacon.
Excellent.
Easy target.
When you see it kind of come on screen, you can then see that there's about a dozen smaller EV beacons that are kind of clustered around this one SVC.
Oh, so seal is bigger than emblem? Is that correct?
Empty vessel. So EVs are the lowest caste.
Oh, understood. Oh, empty meaning no beacon.
Empty meaning
Empty meaning they need to be refilled.
Ah.
so they're sort of makeshift or temporary beacons. So you see it, the ship designates that as not a threat and something that it doesn't think that it can be sensed by their sensors if it chooses not to be, and it has chosen not to be sensed. So what do you guys want to do?
So we're 25 miles out, you said.
Yes.
And it's fairly, you said close to dusk, right?
Correct. It is.
So, would they be able to see our giant ring of fire already?
Uh, maybe kind of. It's when you
25
guys
miles is
are,
pretty far.
it's not that bright. Like I don't know. I'd have to show you the thing again, but like
One, was it day or nighttime in your vision?
I think it
so
was morning.
if you see the ring, if you're close to it, it is pretty bright. But if you're a decent distance away, it's not really all that bright. And it's kind of orangish against the sunset. So
Okay, so we're not necessarily spotted yet, but at the same time, we are here to kind of go talk to them. So
Yeah, I don't think we need to be cagey. I mean, we're arriving with helpful information.
I think the power dynamic it doesn't require that.
yeah, let's just fly to them.
all right, so you guys start flying in that direction. It's going to take you not a crazy amount of time to close the distance, but it's going to take enough time that it's going to be basically sunset. It's going to be twilight by the time you make it there. Excuse me.
More time to finish my ritual.
Can we
Exactly.
ping the beacon to let them know we're coming?
You have the capacity to do that if you so choose, yes. And Griffle does have the power. Like, that's a setting that she's allowed to use. So the question is whether you want that or not. Griffle, that's, I think, on you. Foxy, you there?
Yep, sorry. I'm in a mouthful of food.
So they're trying to decide, do you want to let the other ship know that you're coming?
No. I just kind of want to descend out of the clouds on top of them.
That's kind of messed up.
So are you guys going to go up to the clouds, go up to high height? Because you're only a few hundred feet above the waters right now.
I will seek the advice of my captains.
I mean, my thought is we actually land in the water, so we don't seem ridiculously powerful flying in, and then just approach casually and ping them and let them know we're here to talk. And then that'll give them time to kind of prepare.
If you ping their vessel, you either have to jam the signal or they will know what type of vessel you are.
How easy is it to jam the signal?
Very easy.
Then yes, we will do that.
Okay. So just keep in mind that if you do that, you're going to be basically pinging, and then from their perspective, they're going to see a much more powerful beacon is pinging us, saying that they're on the way, and they're intentionally hiding their intentions.
Yeah,
I mean, that's worse than just showing up.
It's worse than just showing up, yeah. It's
But
like,
so
oh,
either-
we're coming for you.
we either roll in jammed or ping them unjammed or ping them jammed, right? Like,
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, we want to be forthcoming and be like, hey, we're on our way. We're here to chat. We're ways out. Yeah, we're bigger than you, but we're rolling in totally like, casually. Whereas I think
what's
jamming
like-
sends the wrong signal.
What's like maritime protocol, Griffle?
So Gary, correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I'm aware, the only reason you would jam your signal is if you were trying to, either if you had malicious intent, or if you were trying to, as we are trying to fly under the radar, like you're a smuggler or.
Most smugglers don't jam. Most smugglers have fake markings on their beacons. Generally speaking, you're right. It's malicious intent is the most common reason of hiding that information.
And we don't want to seem malicious. I would not jam.
Okay. I mean, either way, they're going to know that we're more powerful than them. Whether we jam or not, they're going to know that we are more powerful. Just
Exactly,
not by
yeah.
how much, right?
Correct.
Okay. Opinions from anyone else?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay. So Griffel's going to ping and send the message. We come in peace.
We bring Leviathans.
Oh,
we come in
who?
peace.
Who are we wanting to talk
Beware
to?
Leviathan activity.
So there are basically maritime signals through the beacons. There's not like send a message type stuff for most beacons.
Yep.
So there's the same equivalent. You use peakings, like if you've seen using flags or using smoke signals type thing. That's what the pings are used for. So there is a code that is sort of generally accepted as kind of what these things are. I have a list somewhere, and I don't know exactly where it is because it's not at the bottom of my ship's page, like my ship's notes. But I'll send that to you at some point. I'll try to find it after mission today. But it's basically a list of things that you can do, a list of ways to kind of greet yourself with ships. And unusual Leviathan activity or dangerous waters is sort of the, there's a danger in the waters and we are coming to help. That is a pretty common signal. So it can mean a bunch of different things. It can mean that there's a Leviathan. It can mean it's used by a lot of river trade ships to denote that, there's trees in the water, or there's a new sandbar, or there's something that has changed, and we're coming to give like updated maps or assistance and things like that. But it is you can't be super specific. It's more, there's something dangerous in the water. We are approaching to help.
Okay. Yeah, I'll send that.
And you send that unmasked, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
They freak the fuck out.
So you get back a ping that designates, that kind of gives the ship's markings, which you already knew from your scanners, but it is part of a sort of a politeness, right? It's saying this is what type of vessel we are, and then sends back the general thing to approach.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
you guys
we'll approach.
go to approach. Are you approaching, because there was a little bit of discussion there, are you approaching from very high? Are you approaching from kind of the level guys have been flying at? Or are you guys going to go into the water and approach from the water?
I mean, we don't look like a sailing ship. We look like an airship. The firing is not, it's a dead giveaway.
The ship does float, and you could turn off the ring, because you can basically fold the ring in on itself to turn it off.
Right. Yeah, let's do that. Let's
What does the ring do for us, though? Like, does it help with weapons?
The ring allows flight. The ring is the thing that lets you fly, and it's also the device that channels the teleportation.
Yeah, we could turn that off. Seem more normal than
more normal,
not.
yeah.
So
I would want that.
You turn that off, but you go to land. The bottom part of the ring, the one that's below the ship, it disconnects and folds up onto the top part of the ship. And once you guys are fully in the water, it deactivates the fire on the ring. The energy kind of slows down and then stops, giving you the propulsion from that, and goes on to normal ship's propulsions. And you guys begin to approach. Over that time, you're going to get a completion of the ritual, Find the Path. And Find the Path designates something as almost exactly south. It's like south and just a hair to the west.
There.
About there, yeah. Now, all of the fungus in the tube clusters kind of in the middle, so you can tell that it's a pretty decent distance away, but it's not an extreme distance away from the instructions you weren't given the you didn't use the empowered version, so you just know that it's in that direction. Yeah, you've got that marker. You guys head on, and the sun begins to set, and you see the outline of the flotilla in the distance. The flotilla is made up of a completely just like vast array of different types of vessels. So you've seen flotillas in the inner sea that have been made of, you've got one central ship that's usually a warship. It does not always, but usually it is a warship. And then you've got half a dozen other vessels, although there's usually there's say 10 vessels around one of these warships, you'll have 6 of the same and 4 of another. So you tend to have a lot of duplicates. There's basically a format to whatever type of vessel this is. This flotilla is made up of every single ship looks completely different. Some of them are quite large. Some of them are almost the size of your ship, although your ship is bigger than all the ones except for the central vessel. And some of them are very small, like they barely show up on your sensors. They're like 10 feet across, and they just have the type of beacon that will only last in terms of usually less than an hour. Some of them are small enough that you don't think they'd last more than 10 or 15 minutes of being any sort of deterrent. All in all, there's about 50 ships that make up the flotilla, and the core of the flotilla is a collection of about 10 ships that are, if not completely connected and roped together, there is some sort of something, moorings, ropes, a couple of different like ladders and things like that, or walk paths that have been laid down that look like they could be easily moved so the ships could separate. But they also look like the flotilla, the big middle section of it, is relatively what that's going to look like for a while. Like they probably leave harbor as a bunch of ships, they then connect up, and then they move as kind of one mass of ships pretty slowly through the waterways where they might have fish. As the ship gets closer, basically once you can start to see the outlying ships, you get dozens of pings on your beacon requesting for refill. None of the beacons in the flotilla are at full. Most of them are anywhere between about 50 and 60% full.
Interesting. How does the seal beacon just take a while to fill them all up, or is it not capable of filling all of them?
So from what you can tell of the seal, it probably has the capacity to fill them all up and fill them all up fairly quickly. You're not sure if it would be able to repeatedly fill them all up for like a longer voyage. So basically, keeping everybody topped off when there maybe isn't necessarily a use all the time isn't super energy efficient.
Okay.
How much?
Next question. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Well, maybe it's the same question. I was going to say, how much power would it take from us to fill them all?
So the radiation from your ship's engines would be enough to fill all the beacons without dipping into reserves.
Okay, yeah, my next question is, do we know if beacons have a cumulative effect on Leviathan? So could they, like, for example, could a lot of smaller beacons become equivalent to a larger beacon, like, or is it just all the same kind of signal, and therefore does
So
it stack, basically?
You have conflicting information. So you've heard that they can stack, and you've heard that stacking doesn't do anything. So there has not been clear indication one way or the other.
I say,
I see no reason not to deny the requests. To be
yeah,
like,
as a show of good
yeah.
faith, and especially because it's not going to take reserve power, we're here to help. By doing this, it's a show of good faith.
Yeah, I agree.
So as you start to get close, you're basically within visual range. You can see the other ships, but a little too far away to like yell across to other people. You get the pings of request, and then this wave of golden light flows from the front of your ship through the waters, and then kind of arcs out of the water to hit this, basically hit the entire side of the flotilla with energy as you refill all of the smaller EV vessels that are nearby, and basically say, all right, everybody's at 100%. You can tell from the way that they react that a couple of these vessels either haven't been filled to 100% in a very long time, or maybe have never been filled to 100%, and they sort of spark and react kind of weirdly. Doesn't look like you broke anything, but it does look like you basically powered systems to full that haven't been powered to full in a very long time.
Lovely.
So as night continues to settle over the ocean, you see kind of torches and things, and also other like glow lights and things like that, magical or chemical lights, in addition to normal torches, light up on the flotilla. And you see a bunch of the smaller ships that were off one side of the flotilla get out of the way to allow your ship to get closer to the central ship.
Okay, that's a good sign. That's a great sign.
Or a trap, but we're going with good sign.
All right, so I'm gonna move you guys over just for a second. I don't really have a way without changing a bunch of stuff to show you, like, to put your ship on the map. But I do want to take a second to show you just in size, the size comparison between your ship and the other ships in this fleet. So this is the appropriate size in squares of your ship. All right, everybody can sort of see this?
Yes.
So you're 40-ish squares long. This is the flotilla, or at least the core part of the flotilla. So the flotilla,
pretty big compared to them.
right? So in this entirety, so if you took all the ships in the flotilla together, they have more mass than you guys. They're bigger than you all, but each ship individually is significantly smaller than you. And you can notice that one of the ships in the flotilla, specifically that one that's in the back, is a old warship with no beacon on it. That's this one back here. The central vessel, the one with the beacon, is this big one here. Now, although it is very short compared to your ship, you can tell that there is it's very massive. So it's got a very high deck. It has a huge hull. It's kind of lays a little bit low into the water. Even though, like, length and width wise, it's quite a bit smaller than your ship. This ship is basically nothing but a cargo hold. It doesn't have sails, doesn't seem to have an engine room. Maybe it has a small engine room in there somewhere. It's basically just a bucket. Like, it's just one giant cargo hold. And it probably only functions as a ship as part of the flotilla.
So I stepped away for just a second, but I wanted to know if one has gotten any sense of familiarity.
I was about to say that. So yes, once you become inside in visual range of that center ship, you can remember standing on the surface of the ship. You can remember standing at the top of one of those ramps and being given the note from one of the people that had come in from one of the side ships about the weather conditions and things like that. The report that you went to give to the captain. So that central ship is the ship you remember.
My name from the dream, it was never in there, but
It was not.
it's not like a thing that I'd be like, oh yeah, I know my name.
It's not something they thought about at the time. So it's not something you would know.
Okay.
So you guys get close enough for signals, and then there is a signal from someone on the deck of the ship signing that you are welcome to come aboard, and you guys can go on deck. So I'm gonna move this guy out here. As you guys get close enough to be able to kind of throw lines and stuff, do you want to allow, or like as you get close enough, basically the flotilla is going to throw you mooring lines to connect yourself to the ships and have like a bridge to be able for you to just walk across onto the flotilla. Is the ship going to allow itself to be connected to the others? Like, what's the? Do you guys want to use the rings to teleport onto the deck of the other ship? Like, what is your plan? What is your approach of getting to the other ship?
I think take the ropes, and I think since one is recognizing the ship, she's just like raring to get on there as quickly as possible.
I mean, the rings will let us do the same, but we are trying to show we are friendly and here to help. And I think the best way to do that is with the ropes and all the normal stuff. If we say, no, we don't want to be connected and we're going to use the rings, it's still standoffish.
Yeah.
Okay. So you go and basically get gestured to go around to the back of the flotilla where the kind of decommissioned warship is, to be able to moor there because it's the least size difference and it's sort of the biggest ship that's on the outside of the center part of the flotilla. And you can walk from there onto the old warship and into the main part. As you kind of get moored, you can tell that there's a good mix of races on these ships. It's almost all of them are going to be orcs, humans, or Goliath, but they're roughly equally between those three races, which isn't super common. They start to kind of get you all situated, and then you see a old man come out to stand on the far side of the planks where your ship connects to theirs. And he kind of gives a bow and says, "Hail to thee, and to which captain am I speaking? To which person am I speaking? Who is captain?" So, one, you recognize who this is, and you know his name. You know this is Captain Mavu.
Griffin still
want,
looks to Billy.
I just want to say
Why me?
psychically to the group, I think one should be the captain for this interaction.
All right, I'll step forward and I'll bow to him and say, "I am the captain here. Um, we come with a message of great importance. We believe that you and your flotilla are in danger."
So he smiles and says, "Danger. Danger, I have known many things in my life, and you are. Elf kind can look of decepting age, but I am many years, and you seem few, and yet I think we have met, Captain."
Yes, we have met in a fashion. Is your first mate available?
So he kind of gives a little bit of a sneer and says, "He is attending his bed for an early morning."
Mm, it would be good if he were here to speak with us. This concerns him too.
So he turns to the side. He switches to speaking in Giant, and says something to one of the people on the deck. And you can see there's a lot of the people that are doing the majority of the work mooring your ship to this ship are like teenagers. Like these are people that are in the like 12 to 17 range. There's not a lot of adults that are doing the stuff that is here. There's a lot of adults around, but the younger people are doing a lot of the grunt work here. So he gets one of them and tells them in Giant and gestures, and they scurry off to go into another part of the ship. He turns back and says, "Well, your ship is certainly impressive, and I am always here for more information. Tell me, do you come from the south? Do you know what is happening with this storm that is not a storm?"
We do. We come from the south, and it seems the storm is one of your fabled magical storms from the Reach.
He nods.
It's lasted much longer than any other in recent memory.
Ah, so this one is a long one. That I did not know. It is doing strange things with the winds and the weathers up here. But please, come over and trust that the people here, we come with no weapons, no armors. We are a peaceful people. We rely on the strengths of the ocean to keep us safe. He gestures, and you see when he kind of taps the side of the warship, there's a whole string of wards and runes that are carved into the ship. You're not entirely sure what they do because most of them are written in giant, but he's basically saying, we don't have offensive stuff, so be safe, be at ease.
Thank you, Captain. We come in peace as well.
So he gets you guys all off of your ship and onto the warship. And then as you kind of walk through, you can see that you can sort of see it on the map, that ship between the Gull, which is the main central ship, and the warship, there is another one that's almost like a floating pavilion. It looks the least like a boat of anything in the flotilla. It mostly just looks like something that could probably drug behind one of the other vessels. It's very like rectangular platform. It doesn't go into the water very deep. It's very shallow, and it has this looks like kind of lightweight building on top of it, with two sort of rows, and it's kind of slightly elevated. And you can see that there's sort of a central pagoda with a table and chairs and things like that. It looks like probably where people go to make like deals and requests and things like this. This is like a meeting area, although it's more open and outside than a lot of meeting areas that your characters would have been familiar with. A lot of that sort of stuff, if you were in Faith or something, this would be things that would happen behind closed doors. Whereas on the flotilla, this is sort of elevated slightly to the position that you're pretty sure that at least all the ships in the central flotilla would be able to see everyone sitting around the table at the pagoda, even if they couldn't hear from, 2 ships away. So he has you guys come in, and you all sit down around the pagoda, and he says, "So, a storm in the Reach and a vessel of incredible power comes to greet me. As if you wish to wait for my second to come, I understand, but I am intensely curious."
I do feel like your first mate will be able to perhaps corroborate some of what I'm about to tell you, but we are here because the Leviathan have been extremely active as of late, and we believe that your flotilla is in danger. As we were journeying to you, we in fact saw a Class 4 dark light and narrowly were able to repel it with our beacon.
He leans back and kind of runs his hands through his very white hair. "You say your ship was able to repel a dark light?
We were lucky, but yes.
Interesting. A powerful feat indeed. But, we know that there is activity of the Leviathans. Our sensors and water walkers have found that they are clustered along the shorelines. As far as we can tell, they are responding and going to the storm and leaving the deeper waters, our channels and fisheries, almost completely abandoned. Many of the fish have been scared to the shores, yes, but what schools we find here are almost Leviathan free. We barely need to nettle them at all in order to get to good fishing grounds. Do you think that there is something that will stop the storm and cause all those on the shore to come back? What do you think is causing this threat that you think is coming?"
We're not sure, but we have it on very good authority that the dark light is not even the largest Leviathan that will be in these waters soon. I kind of like look around towards where the first mate should be, waiting for this guy to show up.
So as you guys get settled, he kind of recognizes that you're trying to stall a little bit. He says, "Well, if we are waiting for him, then yes. Boy, drinks. and he kind of gets people to kind of bring refreshments and a plate of fruit and things like that out for you guys to kind of sit and eat. He does also get someone to come and say, if you are on the open seas, I'm sure you would like to have some of our puffer. And he points over to one of the only kind of adults, one of the men that's in the area, who brings up a metal case and then places it on one of the tables off to the side and opens it up. And there's ice, and then there's a huge fish inside of the thing that's in the ice. And he starts to take it out and slice it open like he's going to prepare some meal, might not be the right word, but some appetizer type things with this fish. So they have some nice, decent things back and forth. Is there anything you guys want to do in this sort of getting refreshments waiting period before the first mate arrives and kind of get back down to business?
I'm interested in. Can I, Captain, if I may, what do you guys do? In a general sense.
Well, the gull and her. Hang on one second.
Pots and pans. I thought Gary was just, role playing actively with the pots and pans in the background.
Noises dip.
It did fit.
Preparation of the meal.
Daughter just having a very loud toy is all. So he says, the gull and her little birds, we go out and we find the best fish, the best fishes and hatcheries for Old Hardhome, and we bring them to market. We have a device on the hull, on the gull, that will allow the hull to be very, very cold, and cool and cold ice and a cold environment, as well as a liberal application of salts and other preservatives, means that we can stay out for quite a long time, gathering an immense bounty and bringing it home to markets that can then go to other places. This ship by itself, with the accompanying ships in our flotilla, could feed hundreds every time we are able to come home.
Interesting. And what's the point of this building? I just wave my hand around.
Well, we do encounter peoples on the ocean at times, and when we do come back to market, having a central location so we can discuss prices and things like that. This is a meeting area, and we want to show that we are open to all, so it is open to all. He gestures around, and you can see that on the map it looks more like a building, but think of it more like a pavilion, right? There's basically no walls in this central section. There's just pillars holding up the tops. He will then kind of go, if you give him more time to talk, he's going to go on a thing that would be hard for me to, I could say it all, but since it's hard for me to talk sometimes, he's going to spend time basically explaining that every person who's on the ship gets a portion of their haul, and explaining how this is a very egalitarian, you work, you get what you work for, that sort of stuff, that, there's no slaves on board. Makes it we all work together.
Chat message. The one above the most recent one. Yeah, that's exactly what I was.
And yeah, that's going to be kind of how he explains it, right? This is a place of fortune, that they can make a lot of money, and that they go out, and yes, the work is very dangerous at times, but the reward is that every person, from him as the captain of the flotilla to the individual ship captains to the runner boys that are kind of gophers, they all get paid very good money if they can make it safe back to harbor.
Mm-hmm.
So as he's sort of explaining that part of it and giving you way more detail than you could possibly want, because you can tell this is someone that's had to basically use this as a pitch in a lot of instances in the past. One second.
Who was the person who told us that we were dressed like we were part of the vampire court team?
Wasn't it Oil and Water?
Oh, that's right.
Sorry, I missed whatever people were saying.
I was just asking who remembered how we were dressed. Or addressed how we were dressed.
You can tell that when he looks at how you guys are dressed, that he's wary is not quite the right word, but there's a certain level of standoffishness. Because you guys
Is
do
the
look
vamp-
like vampires.
Is the vampire court like well known worldwide?
Yes.
Okay.
Worldwide, no, but you're still close enough to the courts that he might recognize the stuff that is on your armor. So as he's explaining, giving this big pitch, you see a obviously younger orc, a much bigger guy, kind of stumble off of the ramp from the main ship onto where the pavilion is, and he kind of looks a little bleary-eyed, grabs hold of one of the things and plops himself down into the chair. And even as he starts to stumble your way, you get this sense of familiarity with him, this innate knowledge that guy is the first mate. He goes and plops himself down in the chair and looks up, and you can see his eyes are bloodshot, and he has a pretty strong smell of alcohol coming from him.
I'll say, "Oh, good, you're here."
What? Who be you, and why are you so pretty?
You know me, don't you?
I yeah, think so. I think I'd like to know you a little bit more. He kind of leans forward and glares at you, or I shouldn't say glare, leers at you would be a better term.
I'll kind of sneer distastefully. Can we get this guy some coffee? Sober him up a little bit.
The captain chuckles and says, I do not believe that there is calf strong enough to get him out of that. He's been drinking most of the afternoon. And the first mate leans back. I've not been drinking most of the afternoon. I did all of my duties, all of my work. I couldn't be manning anything if I was drunk, but the sun is set. My jobs are done, and my spare time is not yours, old man.
Gripple just speaks up and is like, despicable! A first mate's job is never done. You dishonor everyone around you by your behavior.
A black blooder. Ugh. Listen, not all of us want to make this about our life. We go out here, we get paid to do our job. We go home, and we get paid more. You'd slap him?
I slap him.
So he kind of recoils back, and you see a couple of the people around the pavilion sort of start when you hit him. The captain, like his little like half smile never changes. And he holds his face and looks like completely offended. How dare you? You see him reach onto like his side where it looks like there probably would be a sword sometimes, but there's nothing. He doesn't have a weapon on him right now. He kind of like grabs at his belt a little bit and then you're whatever. And then the captain leans forward in his chair and says, boy, say you're sorry. The first mate kind of snarls at him, and then you see a little bit of air, and there's a wind that emanates from the captain's body slightly, and then the first mate kind of bows his head. Sorry, I didn't mean it with the leering and the cursing. The drink is in me a lot. Why am I here? I'll help.
So this guy's an orc, right?
Yeah, he's an orc.
I'm just gonna turn back to the captain and like do a like a bow and say, I apologize for striking your first mate, Captain. It was rash of me. The discipline of the ship is yours, not mine. I should not have been so bold.
He shrugs. Boy deserves it. I've done a tour or two in the inner sea, and I don't have the same opinion of him as Blackblooders. You are welcome to my ship and my decks, and your demeanor on your ships is better served in the more troubling waters of the inner sea. Out here, the safety from other people tends to breed complacency.
Right. Griffin subsides.
Did that bit of wind from the captain remind me of Icebeard? My vision.
Yes, it did.
Okay.
Who is Icebeard?
Yespirit.
Eastbeard. I mispronounced.
It's hard. It's a hard name to pronounce. So
They are like primal spirits that people have a connection to in the Reach. I think
Oh, okay.
primarily orcs.
not always, but yeah.
Not always, yeah. The human in my vision had one.
So it's the Oddlear.
No.
Lyric.
Lyric.
It's a yeah.
Sorry.
So the primal spirit is both pieces, right? So you have the lyric, which is the traditional, the ancient type of spirit, and the Oddlear is the thing you bind to. Once they're already bound and they're kind of in them, it's just sort of all one piece.
Yes.
So that happens. The captain says, "Don't worry about it." And says, "All right, so we're all here, and I'm interested. From a ship that can turn away a dark light, what have you to fear? Or is it just us out here?"
So I will sort of look at the first mate and sigh and say, I'd hoped he would be able to corroborate my story, but several days ago I had a vision of your ship being attacked by a Leviathan, the likes of which have not been seen, I think, ever. And we came to warn you of this danger. We believe that it will be here in the morning.
In the morning. Well, the flotilla is not designed for speed, and if it is a larger Leviathan, if it chooses to come after us, I'm not sure we have much of a way of avoiding it. If you think this is going to be here, are you offering your services as protection? You see, he kind of raises an eyebrow as he asks that question.
I will consult with the group telepathically. The
We have
rods
another-
brought us here.
All I'm saying is we need a crew for our ship.
But will a crew even help? We need more power over our ship.
Well, the crew will help us fly faster.
I mean, the rods brought us here.
Yeah, I
Something-
definitely think we need to help. I just don't know how or...
Yeah.
Can Al fight off something bigger than that other one?
I don't know.
We ask him.
So I will say that those of you guys that have high insight, which I think is Phil and 1, you can recognize the way the captain phrased it was quite... he was definitely getting at something. Do you guys understand what he's getting at?
He's still not sure why we're here, and telling him all that is my interpretation.
Can you
Yeah, I
repeat his wording? He said something about service.
So you're here to
Thanks for,
offer
like-
your services protection.
Yeah, he's basically thinking we're shaking him down.
Yeah.
Because yeah,
Right.
you're showing up on this, what kind of from his perspective looks to be an active warship, and you're saying, hey, there's going to be a danger coming around here pretty soon. It's going to be really bad. And he's like,
Oh.
He thinks we're shaking him down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So Griffle was kind of gonna. So Griffle like speaks to the group telepathically and is like, we could just load them onto our ship and like ferry all of them out of danger.
But they don't
But
trust us.
he doesn't believe
Yeah,
us.
that seems like we're trying to get their ship and their cargo.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
So I think I would say to him, I mean, we understand how this looks and you have no reason to trust us. In my vision,
We can stay and prove it, and then
Yeah.
run the fuck away.
right? I would say in my vision, you told Fizz to pull the beacon in so that you could save just the goal and try to escape to Hardhome. We're here to try to save you from that fate.
So his eyebrows raise slightly. He says, "Ah, Fizz. One of our people, yes. Tell me, in this vision you saw Fizz, yes?
Yes.
And I do not want to put too fine a point on things. I don't necessarily trust your offers, and if you have this information, you can tell me what this man looks like, yes?
Yes. I can. So in the description, I don't really have a lot, but I'm assuming I probably could describe him accurately.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so
You're
I
not going to have
describe
like
him.
a perfect description, but
Yeah,
enough that you know, oh, roughly how old he is, basically what he looks like, the fact that he's a gnome, and
yeah.
those are enough pieces that he's like that he kind of nods along. Visions, yes. So your people have a powerful divination. One of you is a runer of some kind, yes?
Hey, what?
We don't totally understand it, but we are, yes, we have been given visions.
Hmm. Well, I am in charge of the safety of not only my ship, but all the people that are here. I am related to a fair few number of these boys running around getting themselves into trouble on my decks. And I should bring everyone home safe that I can. That being said, you are coming here. You are obviously in a much more powerful ship. You step onto my decks with weapons and armor. It is difficult to see this at face value and expect that you want nothing from us. So, if this vision is true, and you are here to save us, you're here to protect us, what is it going to cost me and mine for your protection?
I say to the group, nothing. Like,
Can I speak up?
Yeah, go for it.
I'll say, frankly, sir, we never think that far.
I like that.
He kind of looks at you and he says, but surely you are going to be wanting something for these services. I don't expect
Right.
that ship runs for free.
He is right. A bargain should be struck. It is the best way.
We can strike a bargain with you if it would make you feel more comfortable, but we believe that your survival is crucial.
What was the last thing
Having
you
three
said?
kids in the background is much louder than having one.
His survival is what?
His survival is crucial. Our divination has led us to believe that the survival of his flotilla is more important than just the lives on these ships.
He nods. And you say this will happen in the morning.
We believe so, yes.
We assume so.
He nods slowly. Well, very well. Then we will speak on specifics and try to get some sort of number. I would say that if this is going to be a threat of great proportions, something our beacon would be unable to happen to handle on its own, and your presence is able to make it possible for us to survive, then that would be worth payment. But I wish you to understand that while we are not against paying for proper protection and paying for people to help save us if we are in dire straits, that we will be setting the price for this payment. And if you choose to turn some of your great power upon us, that while we are simple fishermen here, many of us come from backgrounds much like, he gestures towards the warship that is docked on the back of the flotilla, and know that we will not go into the waters kindly.
I would expect nothing less.
Of course.
But also, I would expect that you turn that fierceness towards the danger that approaches as well.
So he nods and says, well, then until one of us betrays the other, let's assume that we are allies, and allies share food and drink and hospitality. Although I will say that my bones grow a little weary, and while my restfulness will not be quite the same sort as, he gestures over towards his first mate, I do still need a little bit of sleep to function in the morning.
Of course.
So if you guys don't have anything else to say to him, he's going to kind of get up from the table and say a few things in Giant to the people around. And even though you can't understand exactly what he's saying, you can tell by the reactions of the people that he's talking to and the way he's gesturing and generally his tone that it sounds like something that's like, hey, if they need something, feel free to get them whatever, that sort of thing. Like he seems to be giving instructions to the sort of the lower deck, the lower ranks of the crew of, be hospitable. And then kind of as he goes to leave the area, he grabs the first mate by the scruff of the neck and then just kind of pulls him onto his feet and gets him kind of bumbling behind him as he goes back to the gull. And before he's out of earshot, but if you knew the language, probably at the range that it'd be sort of hard to hear exactly what he's saying, you can hear him switch to Giant and speak in a low voice and kind of snarl / talk very softly but sternly into the ear of the first mate as he's kind of dragging him along to head back to the ship.
Does it look can I do like an insight check? Is that a thing? Does
An
it
insight
look
check
like
is a thing.
Say again?
An insight check is a thing. Give me a
Can
second.
I like discern whether it feels more like he's reprimanding him or if he's warning him of us, I guess.
So you are trained in insight if memory serves. You are. So it's kind of too it's kind of too difficult to tell. He is speaking lowly and he is speaking in a language you don't know. And the fact that he's kind of half dragging the first mate along, because the first mate's also a decent bit taller. He might be, 6 or 7 inches taller than the captain. It's really difficult to tell from like the dynamics what's being said, other than it's probably important. So you're not really sure.
And no one here speaks Giant?
No, not anymore.
Not anymore,
No.
yeah.
I have a ritual that I could use so we can eavesdrop better, but I'll have to do it.
Too late now.
I know.
So
Isn't your ritual Storm Giant?
I'll have to look.
you guys have gotten several different languages, but basically your characters would know that you're going to be allowed to kind of go along the flotilla and go to any of sort of the public areas. Probably going inside any of the ships is going to be a little weird, but people are trying to be friendly and welcoming and things like that. Although it does look like this is about the time of the day that everyone's sort of winding down from the day, and there will be people that will be awake all night on the flotilla, but it's going to be a significantly smaller portion of people. Do you guys have anything you want to do in the evening, throughout the night, that sort of stuff? Or is it kind of go to sleep for the night, that sort of thing?
I feel like I'd want us
We
to
were gonna
be.
do
We're gonna do the ritual to find where the place is on the shore.
We already
did.
did that.
Oh, did
Yes.
we?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
did that on the way here.
I even marked
Oh.
it.
Ah,
Well, sort of what I assume is where it is. But
Yeah, so I'll pull you guys back to the map a little bit. So the little teal triangle is
yep. Okay.
the assumption. So, unless you guys interrupt me, I'm going to go ahead and fast forward through the evening. Assuming you guys kind of all go to sleep, the ship sensors kind of all are still on and searching for things. You can tell occasionally a smaller Leviathan will come into the edge of the ship's radar over the course of the evening. And then as soon as it gets close, and by close, I mean just basically fully inside the range of the ship's sensors, the ship sends off a ping and gets it to go away.
Cool.
like 50 miles, is that?
Yeah. So it's creating a bubble around you all where
Yeah.
there are no Leviathans.
Yeah.
So one of the things, so you guys have the evening. Again, interrupt me if you guys want to do anything before morning. Griffle, 1 second. The DM's dumb, and so I don't have this pulled up right now. Could you remind me what skills you're trained in?
Sure. I am trained in athletics, dungeoneering, heal, and nature.
Okay. Could you hook me up with a dungeoneering check? And this is going to be
Absolutely.
something you know whether you succeed or fail, so it is open.
Where am I here? Ooh. Oh, that's so rough, dude.
Oh no.
Oh.
All right. So a 1 gets you to 14, which is just below moderate DC. So you still made an easy DC. So the one thing you'll notice throughout the evening and throughout the night is that the Leviathans kind of coming in range do seem to be happening regularly. Is not the right word, but it's sort of periodically throughout the night. And the frequency at which a Leviathan comes in range out here in the ocean is such that if you were in the inner sea, like if this was a normal, like if a spot of water in the inner sea, like there would be mass hysteria. The frequency of Leviathans out here in the waters is incredibly high compared to what you're used to.
Yeah.
And the only other piece that you'll get from that is the ship seems to be the pings from the Leviathan all seem to be coming from not exactly the same direction, but none of the pings on the ship sensors are coming from Leviathans that come from the south, west, north, or north. They're almost exclusively coming from the east.
Okay.
Right. And I'll have the night pass, and I'll adjust
What are
ship.
the blue lines up the top here?
I think that was just to say the flotilla is not there.
Like some area though, like a channel, like a deep channel. Is that what it was?
Was it some, like ocean current or something?
Yeah, I thought it was.
Correct. So that's the central channel, or what they call the central channel. And that's the portion of the passage from this continent to the continent. It's to the far east. And that's sort of very deep water. And people often don't stay in that region long. Even ships that come from the other continent, they get through the passages as quickly as possible because it's sort of one of the known throughout the entire region as being the deadliest part of the ocean.
I think Foxy, your mic's doing that feedback thing.
So
Gotcha.
yeah, the passage is the deep water channel that is in the Nif Sea that is considered one of the most dangerous parts of the ocean.
So is our plan just to sit here until the Leviathan attack?
And then try to fight it off, I guess.
Come morning, the first thing we should do is ask to be unmoored, get all the ropes off, just in case we need to, move separate from the
Mhm.
flotilla. We could even, be a distraction while they try and get away, things like that. I think it would be wise to be untied now.
Should we try to convince them to board our ship?
If things start going totally wrong, maybe. Can we ring transport people over pretty easily?
You can, but it's not quick. Like you can get maybe 5 or 6 people per transport, but each transport is
Yeah.
going to take you several minutes.
So the reason I'm asking is because if we're just going to sit here until the Leviathan attack, and we know that my dream happens earlier in the day than one's dream, do we want to fly over to where we know the smokehouse is and at least be like, don't go outside, there's going to be a dragon?
So that's almost a day away by normal flight.
Yeah.
We can teleport easily.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't have a good answer of what to do. Because the other thing I was thinking is if all of the Leviathans are coming from the east, maybe we head east and try and find them first.
I mean,
Point. We could try to deal with them sooner rather than later.
is the deal with like this stream is maybe that Hardholm is in danger from the Leviathan? Like maybe, I mean, we don't know what it is about this flotilla that we're trying to save.
It was your dream one. I think you should take the lead on what we think we should do.
Well, okay, so we know for sure that Morin's dream happens first because yours
It
was like,
happens just before dawn.
yeah.
But it
If
could.
we
But
both-
we don't. Hang on. We don't know for sure that it would happen first. It's just we know what time of day it happens. It could be like 3 or 4 days from now, or like.
True.
Yeah. Right, but so could one's dream, right?
So could.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Yep.
could this one.
So what time is it right now? Are we saying? Or are
So
we saying?
basically, I'm saying that throughout the night, I'm fast forwarding. So it's about 9 p.m. once the meeting is over, and I'm going to be fast forwarding until the morning. You guys take an extended rest because your characters do also need to sleep at some point. And
Okay,
then,
so
so if you have something you want to do in the evening, like before you go to sleep, you can do that. Or if you have something you want to do when you wake up, that's fine. I'm just saying, letting you guys know, hey, time is passing. We're now in the morning.
So should we, before we go to sleep, go to where Morin's dream was and talk to those people?
That was just one guy.
Talk to that
It's a
one guy.
family. So it's the son of one of the rulers of Endeavor and his wife and child.
I mean, sure, we could do that in the evening. Let the flotilla know that we're gonna go somewhere else real quick and be back before morning.
I think that makes sense.
Power up our flame ring and blip out of their existence for a little bit.
Mhm.
Now that we've spoken to them, Griffel's not so concerned about showing them our power level.
Exactly,
Like-
right?
Yeah. Now that we've established like friendly ties, I feel like we can show a bit more.
Mhm.
So my question to you guys is the plan to do this now or in the morning? Because while you guys, you're not like mechanically, you don't suffer negative effects for like going through the night or whatever. Like there's no, oh, you've been awake for 24 hours, you get this penalty. Narratively, you're going to become more sluggish. Like some like DCs and things are going to get a little bit harder as you are exhausted. So if you guys choose to go before you sleep, just know that, you're doing this before bedtime and you're probably going to have to sleep at some point fairly soon. If you do this in the morning, then there's a different set of problems, but you'll be well rested. So
I mean,
That's my question for you guys.
Hopefully this only takes like an hour, so I mean we could go quickly do it and then come back and sleep.
Yeah, that's my
Is-
thinking too.
I mean, we know where they are. We can just say like, look, do not go out tomorrow.
Yep.
Sure, let's do it.
Which I
Is it?
Yeah.
Was it them going somewhere? Like, what happened in the vision on the shore?
a blue dragon beaches on the shore.
Right.
Like when you say beaches, like is that like a whale? Like dies?
No,
Oh.
lands lands on the shore and kills the three of them.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so what makes you think that they would be safe if they just didn't go out? Right. It's a dragon, right?
The father and the mother are familiar with dragons, but the son is not, and so the son like freaks out when he first sees it.
Okay.
So, based on my reading of this dream, if they were literally just to stay inside, the dragon would leave. Or at least if the parents knew that a dragon was coming.
And is there anyone else nearby on the shore, or is it just them?
It's just them.
Any idea what they were doing there in the first place?
They live there.
Oh, right.
The son is in exile, but the father is in exile. He's like the son of the former ruler of Endeavor.
Could we just pick them up and take them with us? We probably don't want to put them in danger, though.
Does it to everyone we meet. Hey, come on our ship.
Get in the bag.
We're not on a kidnapping journey, I promise.
Get in the car.
I was like, why is the ship like 300 pounds
Can
heavier
can we paint the ship white and put have like a white panel ship and just abduct people?
It's totally safe. Just get in the van.
Yeah, this is like free candy on this side.
I mean, we do have that table of plenty. We could easily churn out some candy.
That is true. You do have a table that does make candy. So, is the plan we're going to teleport twice? Teleport once to get there, teleport once back?
Sure.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. And you're doing that before you guys kind of head off for the night.
Yeah, but we
So-
will warn people on the flotilla that,
That we're leaving, yeah.
we're leaving and we'll be back within a few hours.
Okay. So, you guys know that you can't teleport directly next to one of the, because that actually will damage one of the ships. Like, there's no like shockwave or whatever, but there is a little bit of displacement when you use the teleportation thing. So, and you're going to have to engage the ring. You're going to have to at least have the ring and the shield up in order to teleport. So you guys let them know, hey, we're deucing out. We'll be back in a minute. And then go to engage the ship's engines and teleport.
Yep.
yes.
Yeah, we'll like sail a short distance away and then take off and engage the ring.
Oh my god, we killed them.
So,
What?
We're gonna teleport away. All the Leviathans are like, oh, they're gone. Let's go.
So
Oh, yeah, we were deterring Leviathan.
nothing was
mean-
coming within the range of the ship's deterrence. So like their flotilla already has a bubble of deterrence. It's just much
they have
smaller than yours.
Mhm.
So there was nothing that was getting within their deterrence range already. So you guys sail away, unmoor, and then engage the ship. The water displaces underneath you as the ring activates. You fly up a little bit from the surface of the water. Do you do this within sight range of like the scouts and things? The people, are you going to get out of line of away from the ship enough that it's not a spectacle, or is the kind of point to be a bit of a spectacle when you teleport?
I'd say we want to be a bit of a spectacle at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. So you fly up into the air, you see lots of people on deck, and you can see some people sort of, bleary eyed, kind of stumbling onto deck, hearing that there's commotion and things. The ring activates and you teleport away. adjust the ships again. All right. So, give me your Arcana check, please. 33. That's not with the 14, right? So that's a 47. So 47. Do you want to arrive at the shore? Where do you want to
Yeah.
be? Because you're getting the hang of this teleportation thing.
I think like just right offshore.
Okay. So you pop just for offshore, and when you teleport in, the shield immediately activates. The weapon system does come online first. The thing kind of dips for a second. Then the flight comes on. The shield comes on. You're just on the edge of the storm. So if you're just offshore, maybe 500 meters, something like that, offshore. When the thing goes up, you can see that the storm, it does stick out in some places a little bit into the ocean, but that's mostly to your west. But you're kind of on the northern edge of the storm here. And you can see that maybe half a mile or less to your north, you're out of the storm. And when you teleport in, Phil, since it's not been long enough for your find the path to have expired, you immediately sort of get reoriented and find that you're pretty damn close to where this find the path is leading you. The only difference is that it's not there. It's actually here. So you teleport to the first spot, and it's going to take you maybe 15 minutes to get to that other spot. And visibility is relatively low because it's nighttime. There's nothing obviously like shining or anything like that for you to see. And the rain is sort of thundering down on the shield. And you guys fly off, and you can see that there is a little cottage, and then a much longer building just to the side of the cottage, which has smoke coming from it, which Morin, you recognize immediately, from in the dream, your house and the smokehouse. And it's in this little inlet where you can see there's a rocky cliff just to the north, and just to the north along the shoreline. And then there's a couple sandy areas, and there's some boats that have been pulled away from the shore. When you do teleport here, you immediately get flushed with Leviathan markers. There are dozens of Leviathans that are just on the coast. Most of them are very small, but there's a couple category 2s that are sprinkled in. Nothing that is going to stand up to the ship basically telling them to fuck off, but the sheer number of Leviathans that are here is startling when you were like, oh, there was a couple on our sensors when we were out at the ocean. That's a lot of Leviathans. Here, there's like 40. I'd have to look it up, but I think it's close to 40 Leviathans that are within sensor range. Most of them are, if not at the shore, very close to shore. So the ship is flying. You see the cottage down below. What do you guys want to do?
So I believe the man that I need to speak to is in the smokehouse.
Maybe. Not sure if the smokehouse, is where he cures the fish. It's,
And
10
where
o'clock.
was patching a leak.
Mm-hmm. Assuming it's the same day or close to the same day. So what do you guys want to do? Are you flying the ship down? Are you teleporting down to the beach? What's the group's plan here?
I think I'd like to walk up to the house.
Okay. So is everybody teleporting off of the ship and towards the house?
Yep, sure.
That
Me
works.
as well.
Okay. So you guys teleport down to the surface. I'm trying to see if my other map is here. So I have a map that I was going to use. It's not perfect because it doesn't have the smokehouse. The smokehouse is would be effectively off of this map. But to give you an idea of what this place looks like, here you go. So there's still rain. The water's swollen. There's a couple of small like rowboats that are pulled up on shore, and there's one at the end of a small dock. And you guys can put your tokens on the map if you would like. And you see there's a kind of small, quaint-looking cottage that's pretty close to the water, probably closer than what you'd expect in a lot of places. However, with the knowledge of what you can see from the ship, it's very, very shallow for a good ways. So you can sort of see it on the map here that there's like little bits of things sticking out of the water. So the water here, you have to go out maybe 50 yards, 50 meters or so to get where it's more than like 10 feet, 2 meters deep. So it's very shallow for a good ways leading up to here. And the water is full of like rocks and debris and stuff. And
And the water is to scale here, or sorry, the location of the water is to scale.
Yeah. So the house is very close to the water, which is unusual. But because you're coming in,
So it's high tide.
Yes, it's high tide. And again, because you were coming in from the ship, you're able to see that while it would be normally unusual to have it this close, because the water is so shallow for so long, it's probably a lot safer than what it would seem otherwise. So you guys come up. One, Morin, and Phil, I think are three people that are trained in Arcana. You can sense a little pulse of magic come from inside the house as you guys approach.
Mm-hmm. Is it like rain, like really loud?
It's a steady, heavy downpour.
Okay.
It's not loud here because, not any louder than heavy rain would be normally. It's louder when you're on the ship because of the shield deflecting the water.
Yeah. So can you remind me, because I think I did have it, but I believe that the dream when you and I talked was something that I wrote down on paper instead of in my Google Doc. And so I don't have the name of the person in my vision.
You don't have his name.
I didn't get it?
You didn't get his name. I don't think. I think the only thing you got was at one point at the end of the dream where he was talking about his family, you got his family name, but I don't think you got his name. At least that's what I have down.
Okay.
So
and
you
what
know
was the family name?
So Sovar is the family name.
So
And in character, because your family is connected with the sanctuary, sort of, your family is very socially active and important. You're kind of one of the noble families of sanctuary. You know the Sovar family is one of the more important families in Endeavor. They're one of the noble families.
Okay. So when I hear that or feel that pulse of magic, I'll just kind of shout out into the rain in hopes that they can hear me inside. I'll say, Lord Sovar, are you in there? Lady Poith?
Poith, yeah.
Poeth. Lady Poeth. Are you there?
So there's a pause for a second, and you're kind of standing there in the pouring rain. And then the door snaps open, and you see a man sort of backlit with the light coming from inside of the house, standing there. He's got a sword in hand. This picture that I found is actually pretty damn close to what he really looks like.
That's what I felt like in my vision.
So he has a dueling rapier that he has in one hand, and is, standing in this sort of, formal way. And he is covered in this stuff that on here, it might not be quite as easy to tell, but everything he's wearing is like heavy leather. And the way that he moves, you can tell that it is enchanted. So like he's wearing magical leather armor, not just clothing. And he has the sword drawn. He sees you out there, and then you can tell he kind of cocks his head to the side, and you can tell he was, when he opened the door, maybe whispering something. Morin, your familiarity with the vision knows that he's not whispering anything. He's talking to Isfird. And he kind of stops whispering and says in like a louder voice, "So, they've chosen the Red Arms are too much of a liability, and so they've contracted out to the Bloodsuckers to take me down. Well, boy, it won't be easy."
I think your spirit will know that I come to you as a friend, and I am not here to execute Endeavor's justice.
So he kind of sneers. "Well, so you say. Isfird is not really certain of you, and I think I will be here where your friends are not surrounding me. Come into this doorway. See if your blade is better than mine." He flicks that rapier slightly in his hand.
I and my friends are not here to harm you. In fact, I am here to warn you that although you intend to go fishing or harvest the fish because the levies are out tonight, and perhaps you need to fix the leak in your smokehouse, but there is a blue dragon that will be landing on your beach, and I wish to save you from an untimely death.
So he does that same thing where he's kind of talking under his breath. "My spirit does not know your spirit. My spirit says yours is dead, damaged, broken. A broken and dead, damaged spirit comes to tell me there will be dragons in a storm. What am I to make of this?"
I
Do
mean,
you want to
I
give me
don't
some
think you.
form of like a diplomacy check to go along with your excellent roleplay?
Sorry.
Will you give me some sort of diplomacy or other social skill check to go along with your roleplay? You're doing quite good. I just want to
Sure.
see if Morin's personality would lend any help or hindrance to this discussion.
Probably hinder. Oh, sorry, wrong one.
So pretty solid. So he does seem to be listening, but he's definitely on guard. You get so from, let's see, nearly positive when I looked at stuff, it was Phil. Was it Phil or Griffle? Where are you?
Yeah. Sorry.
Sorry, I just needed your token for something real quick. Why does it not show your skill checks? Oh, right, because it's different. Sorry. Yes. So, Phil, you can notice from the way that he's talking, he's kind of expecting for someone to come and fight him. Like there's a certain amount of anticipation, like almost like he's not necessarily looking forward to it, but he sort of expected some people to come to his door and maybe try to kill him. And you guys look like people that are coming to his door and trying to kill him.
Mm. I will relay that to Morin.
Okay, thank you.
The best I got.
Now, just from my memory, do the people from the visions recognize those of us that have had the visions previously?
There's definitely this sense of familiarity, not necessarily recognize, but there's a sort of sense that you know the person.
Okay.
And you
All
can
right.
tell that that is happening here, right? He's looking at you, and there is a sense of like, oh, I know this person, but it's definitely not a positive sense.
Yeah.
The assumption that you might be able to make would be like, he expects someone to come after him, and seeing you, he's like, all right, well, maybe I've seen this person in the past. This could be the person coming after me.
Okay. And can he like actually see the members of the party, or is it pretty dark?
It is pretty dark, but you can tell from the way that he kind of glances side to side that if he can't see them, he's you're pretty certain he knows that they're there.
Okay. So I'll just like turn over to. Does anybody have a light to illuminate themselves? And I guess I'll telepathically ask if there's a way that they can brighten themselves, because I want him to see the fact that they're closed in the court of vampires rather than
Oh, he
what do you
said
call
that.
it? What?
He basically said, "Oh, so they didn't send
Oh,
the Red
that's why
Arm
he called
back
us
to
the
me."
bloodsuckers.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Okay. So what was the last thing that he said to me?
We've talked about a couple things, so I don't. The DM sort of got out of the conversation for a second. So he said
Yeah, sorry.
basically, if you're coming after me, I'm not stepping out there. You're not going to be able to surround me. You'd have to come one by one and, test yourself against me.
Mm-hmm. Hold on.
So while Morin's kind of trying to think, anyone else, like what is your stance as you're being out here? Like, how are you presenting yourself? Syl, I don't see you on the map, so I'm going to poke you first.
Oh. I guess I would be looking on pretty stoically. I don't and maybe gearing up for disarming this guy if possible.
Okay.
Or if necessary.
So from the way that you guys have treated this and the way you guys have positioned yourself and that sort of stuff, it kind of looks like, Morin is the one doing talking and you guys are sort of his backup dancers, more or less. You're here supporting him in case anything happens, which from the perspective of the guy in the house is he sees the leader of this group of people talking to him, and there's a lot of potentially very dangerous people behind this person that's talking to him.
Okay.
So what do you want to say, Morin? And if you can't think of something, if someone else wants to step in, they more than welcome to.
Yeah, I'll step up. I'll say, we're here to help. We definitely mean you no harm. We did not mean to be threatening. It is just with the rain, we were all a little scattered. We are on a time limit, though. We have other places to be tonight. So if we could talk and get out of your hair, that would be ideal.
We've got other people to murder.
I could say specifically we've promised aid to a flotilla out on the ocean and need to get back before dawn.
So he says, so just picking up a quick bounty on your way north. Well, it's not going to be quick or easy. I think it's best if you people push off. You can see he paused for a second and kind of like looked outside the door and like took a quick glance and didn't see anything on the water.
We can definitely leave.
Ship is like no way, right?
Yeah, we can definitely leave. We just came with the warning: avoid the beach in the mornings, for there will be a dragon landing. We do not know if it is tomorrow morning or in days to come, but we do believe that you will be in danger if you're on the beach when the dragon comes.
So give me some sort of diplomacy would be default. You can give me another skill check if you think it's more appropriate. You're giving this guy a warning and you're going to more or less have some idea of whether you think he's going to follow it or not. So you feel like...
Yeah, I rolled 1 diplomacy, 18. Got.
Yeah, you seem like he does seem to be a little receptive. You can definitely tell that he's still expecting you guys to basically kick down the door and attack him. But the more that you guys are talking, the more that he's just kind of maybe confused at the read in the situation, especially saying that you're heading to go meet with the flotilla, and then he looks and sees you guys don't have a boat. There's something off. Like you're giving a lot of pieces of information, and he's not really understanding how the pieces fit together.
How far off is the boat? I thought it was close enough we could teleport, and I thought that was short range.
It is, but it's not horizontal.
Oh. So is the boat above us? Like,
Yeah.
okay, so I could just, if we can kind of tell that he's confused, I could just point up and be like, our airship is above us.
So do you do that?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just tell him, like, we have an airship. That's how we're getting around.
So quality check was pretty decent.
Hey man, this is our very powerful ship. Check it out.
Yeah. Like, if we were here to do harm, like, we wouldn't be chatting. Like, come on.
So he looks up, and then he sees the ship, and then you see him do that kind of whispering thing. And this time you can see the little swirl of air move around him and then shoot up into the sky. Basically, a little wisp of air flows around him and then up into the sky towards the ship. He kind of looks back towards you and says, "You have an airship. You are in control of a high tower." He takes his blade. He kind of does a little flick, like you've seen people do this to kind of get the blood off of their weapon. He flicks the blade and then he slides it into the scabbard. "You have this by real rights, or you're working for one of them?" He kind of pauses for a second. "Or is it your ship? Do I recognize you from the court halls and not from my memories of other bad things? I have not said my name yet, but I assumed you know I am Mestislav Sovar. Who are you, stranger, with this broken spirit, giving me messages of doom in the night?"
I am Morin, and you would not recognize me, but I am from the courts of Sanctuary. This is my group with whom I own this ship. And I'm on. Do I know Hightower? Is that something I've heard before? Is that something Morin has heard before? Because I have.
Let me check. It is definitely something that Griffel knows. So Foxy, are you there?
I am.
Are you there?
Yes.
So he just called the ship a high tower.
It's not ringing a bell.
So if you look at the document that I gave you, or I can just send it over to you again, or send you that specific part. So I'll just send this to you. So Morin, you recognize it in. I would say that your character might have seen one once or twice in the past, but this is not something you're super familiar with. So like you're vaguely aware of the word and the concept, but you don't know a lot of details about it. You do know that a high tower is a classification of Genasi airship. Like it's some sort of good airship. But it's a specifically Genasi airship.
Mm-hmm. So I'll say, yes, this is a high tower, and we collectively, and I'll gesture to the rest of the party, we own this ship.
Well, if that's a high tower, you could probably take me down from it. You wouldn't need to come down on your own unless you have orders to take me alive, which he kind of gestures and holds out his hands, which I know really isn't a thing. But are your people taking sides in all of the mess down south, or are you here in your own accord?
I'm here on my own accord. Sanctuary is definitely taking sides. Um, but I do not serve Sanctuary, and I do not serve uh, the church that controls these other high towers.
He,
Something finds your life very valuable, and I do not know what for, but I have brought you its warning that there will be a. Can I say drag?
yeah, you can.
Okay. That there will be a drag on the beach and in the coming days, and I hope that you, your wife Poeth, and Eastbeard and Telthan will be smart enough to protect yourselves and your son.
So you hear another voice coming from inside the house, and clearly a woman's voice. This de trust him. He says words that sound good, and he knows of my spirit and yours. What they bring feels strange to me. I have had words and thoughts of future things, and this feels like that. He glances over to the side. She's obviously, more or less out of your line of sight. Um, and he kind of very hesitantly shrugs his shoulders. This may be how things are, but who would think I'm important? More than the bounty, I do not know. If you are, maybe this is all coincidence, but it all goes back to my father eventually. I am to die to a dragon. There are worse deaths. But if I could live, I'd choose that instead. You say this is only in the morning. Were I to go out now or in midday, there would be no dragon?
I don't believe so. I've had a very specific vision about an occurrence of events.
So
Uh,
you can tell he's got his one hand, he's got his finger or his thumb looped around his scabbard, and he's tapping the scabbard with his fingers. An easy thing I could do. Fish in the evenings, not in the mornings. And if one of these dragons does come, we would be relatively safe in here. With all the food on the shoreline, they won't bother one of us. Keeps tapping on the scabbard. And that is it. You're here for warnings and then off north.
yes, we have business in the North Sea, and I'll gesture to Drak, as my colleague mentioned. Um, but we can come back in a couple of days and hopefully discuss this further to understand why something would give me this vision and deem your life to be valuable enough to twist fate.
He nods and says, Then let us see. If your vision is true, if one of the dragons comes here, lands close to me and mine, and we are safe from it, due to your warning, we can talk. I know many things, have great contacts. Contacts I don't want to deal with anymore, but they are contacts still. And my name is known in many places. If you are saving me and mine, I will be in your debt. But if you are to go, I think it is time you leave.
Be mindful of the leak in your smokehouse. And I'll kind of bow.
He smiles and says, I was thinking of fixing it in the morning, but maybe it could wait.
And I'll turn and walk back to the rest of the group.
It's probably a good thing we came then if he was going to do that in the morning.
Yeah.
would kind of indicate that it was going to happen. It's going to happen like in a few hours' time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's what,
Mm.
10 p.m. now? Because Gary said it was about 9 earlier, so.
Yep.
All right, yeah, we
Good
should
thing
go
we
to the
came
ship
tonight,
and teleport
waiting
back.
for the morning. Yeah.
So you guys use the rings, spin back up to your ship, and you can see that as you guys spin up to your ship, you can see the door open back up, and rather than being Lord Sovar that looks out, you see a not an orcish woman with sort of long braided red hair that you would recognize from the dream or from the vision. As she kind of looks outside, and you see her kind of gesturing with her fingers and little bits of flame between her hand, as she's doing the same thing he was. She's talking to her spirit and watching you guys leave. She seems to be less watching you all and more watching the giant flaming ring around your ship. So, plan just to teleport back to the flotilla?
Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. You teleport back. Give me a quick skill check, see how close you guys will be.
Gary, I don't know what
Yes.
your roll is for, but every time you've rolled it, it's 8.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is.
Both times today it's been 8, but yes. It's basically if the teleport deflects at all, where it's teleporting to.
Okay, not too terrible.
You've crit all 3 rolls.
The number just gives me a direction. There's no distance part of it.
I'm just glad we're not in battle and you're critting, because then when we go to battle, hopefully you won't crit so much.
1, could you give me your Arcana check, please?
Oh yeah, sorry.
The 27 sets your 41, so you would be able to teleport basically right next to the flotilla if you so choose.
Maybe
The
like
classic.
slightly farther away, a couple hundred meters.
Feet
Okay.
meters.
Mm-hmm. Foot
Also,
meters.
I do think that we want to be flying if there is like large Leviathan activity.
Yep.
We probably want to be like where we probably want to be in order to better protect the flotilla is like 100 feet up, like right in the middle.
So are you teleporting above the flotilla?
Above and to the side.
Yeah, and then just fly manually into position. I don't want to like freak them out by teleporting in directly above them.
Okay. So what cardinal direction from the flotilla? So you're going to say teleport, within easy visual range, so like a quarter of a mile, or
East.
closer.
East. Let's do east, because that's where everything was coming from.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Okay. So you teleport in, and the ship does the same thing it always does. It powers everything down, powers everything back up. And when all the ship sensors come back on, you get 3 immediate Leviathan contacts. All 3 of them are east and northeast. They're all small contacts, but they're big enough that the radar kind of pings off and then immediately shoots off the deterrents, and they deter away from the ship. So you guys are, fly over to be in position and are now hovering above the flotilla. Is there anything else you guys want to do for the evening?
I will send a quick message. Whatever the like flag signal equivalent of like we're ready and waiting for like whatever might come.
Okay. So there is basically a alert but all clear message.
Yeah.
Okay. So send the message. You go through the night. The ship recharges a little bit. So every time you guys do stuff with the ship, I am marking what day it is and that the the current energy on the ship. So you guys are thinking at 49% on the ship. That includes the overnight recharge.
Yeah, we did teleport a lot recently.
Yeah. And the ship is recovering slower than it was previously.
Is the meatball
Is that-
still like full crazy
calm
activity, or is it starting to calm down?
At least for the moment, it's still taking about 50% more energy from the ship. So, night passes, and in the morning, sun rises, and as you guys all get up, Griffel, like I said, throughout the night, because this is what I said previously would happen now instead of earlier, because we went and did something. You get the pings that things are coming from the east, and then the sun rises. It's a bright and early day. Is the plan to just kind of stay here and hover until something happens?
I'm kind of tempted to fly east,
Yep, same.
like east northeast kind of direction towards the direction that most of the other Leviathans are coming, because my thought is like they're really vulnerable.
Yeah, we don't want to fight near them.
We don't want to fight anywhere near them. If we could stop the stuff before they even arrive, like we could save a lot more lives.
In your dream, did you know which direction they came from? Like when they first showed up on the beacon?
I don't think I did. I'll look again.
I'm thinking we basically tell them we're going to go east because we believe that's where the Leviathans are coming from based on our sensors. But we're going to keep them within our sphere of influence. That's what I would kind of think. So head this way, see what we can see. But I want to keep them in range.
Okay. So I'm going to move the little blue X to be them. If it'll let me. I'm going to move this first. So the blue X is the flotilla. You guys want to basically go to where you're in the middle of that circle? Is that correct?
That'd be my bet. Yeah, somewhere, like even maybe closer. I don't know. But my thought is keep them in sensor range.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So, you guys are here, and you start to fly away. Make sure that they stay within sensors, and the first part of the day is just kind of everyone getting up, doing their thing, eating food, getting ready, and making your way north and east away from the flotilla. The question I have for you is, are you keeping them within sight or just keeping them inside of sensor range?
Sensor range
Agreed.
is my thought.
Yeah, because the sensors tell us more than what we can see, right? If there's a giant Leviathan by them is what I want to know.
Okay.
Or if something comes in from a different direction, we'd still need to be able to go back and help them.
Gotcha. So you guys start to fly away, and then Morin, as you guys are getting and doing all of your morning stuff, getting and eating breakfast, your rod goes cold. And then there is this kind of intense cold that comes from it, and then a little spider web cracking away from you that you see latching onto everyone around you. The rod goes hot, and you all see Morin get a vision. Like, you don't know that's what happened, but by context, you can tell that that's what happens. So, Morin, I'll send you the vision. It'll be a little bit because I haven't finished. I've written it, but I haven't finished editing it yet. And when I was glancing over Rev 4 session, I noticed it's got a couple editing things I need to fix. So you're going to get a vision. I will say that it's not immediately relevant to what's happening here. But my question for you is, I don't want to send you the vision without me finishing editing it, but I can send you the broad strokes of what it is. If you want to pop down to another channel, if you'd want that, or we can just worry about it for next time. It's up to you.
Let's worry about it for next time. Although I would love to do that, hopping into another channel. I have to go in like 8 minutes.
Right. That's what I was saying. I know you've got to go really soon, so I can just give you a really super quick overview if you wanted to share anything with the group, and then because I know you've got to head out.
Oh, I see. Yeah, let's do that then.
Okay.
Trying to remember. So when a vision happens, the rods go cold. All of our rods went cold. But only with the last two did we see those strands, which is we've successfully changed the vision.
I think that's what we are gathering.
Presumably,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Which
then
means-
each time a vision has been changed, we get another one. But like, I don't know if that's something like, I don't know if we're just going to continue to get visions like over and over. Like if we, like, let's say we go figure out where like my next vision is and we go like change something about that.
Yeah, because
Like
mine
whether I
never.
get a third one, you know?
Right, and mine never. Like we met Hatterai, but mine was already done by the time we got there, and mine didn't really have a different outcome. Really, it was just Hatterai thinking and talking to Cicero. Really, there was nothing really to
Yeah.
change except maybe Cicero's dad, but mine had already passed, as had a couple others.
Yeah. I wonder if because Gary's made a point of making sure that we are conveying each of our visions like in our own words, and what we notice about them is going to be what we specifically as people and characters pick up on.
Mhm.
I'm kind of wondering if there might be some symbolism in any of our visions that other people might interpret differently. That might help clue us in as to what's going on.
Possibly, yeah. I read
Yeah.
mine over like many times, and I think I got everything out of it. But yeah, it's conveying it and stuff, right? It's hard.
Yeah, it's like and it's like what you choose to tell us, what you choose is important in your vision,
Mhm.
is like different for each of us.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So Warren gets his vision and just sort of shakes it off for a second. I gave him a couple of things. I'm going to give him a much more detailed one later. So if you have very specific questions, it's going to be a minute, but I did not
Oh.
quite have enough time to finish it off.
So in the vision, I know of the location. Does Mora know that location in the world as well? Like outside of the vision?
Yes. I mean, he knows where the city is, but
Okay.
he doesn't recognize the streets or anything.
Okay. Did you all get that vision too?
No.
No. What did you
Mm.
see?
Quick question. After the vision that I got, everybody else saw that vision with me, right? We all saw that together.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
And this one, only Morin saw it.
Correct.
apparently.
Okay, continue,
Hmm.
sorry.
Oh, that's fine. So in my vision, I am defending Haven from undead and human mercenaries that are
Oh.
apparently under orders from Endeavor. And I'm piloting some kind of golem using some kind of gnomish technology. I call my golem Sweetie,
Dang.
and ultimately I die. Is this name important?
Yep, we know her.
Her life is in danger, and it appears that she may be dying defending Haven from
That
Endeavor.
tracks. We met her, Sally Main. We met her
What was her name?
right when we Sally Main. We met her right when we were leaving Prosperity when we escaped. And she told us about Haven, and Philly and I were trying to get there to help defend the city We got waylaid multiple times. But we saw this ghoul army in the baronies. They were trying to hire these ghouls to Endeavor was trying to hire these ghouls to take back Haven, and we wanted to stop them. That was the favor we wanted from On for
Yeah, I
saving
thought we
Marcel.
requested that they don't.
We did. But we know that that Baron is
Well, we
kind of a
were
dick.
supposed to go see Baron what's his face, and we never did.
I haven't yet, but it's not been that long. It's only been a day.
couple weeks, something.
Well, it's been a day since you got the message from Aegis saying
See
at some
Furneaux.
point report.
Yeah. Yeah, so Furneaux was going to contract out this ghoul army.
It appears that he will.
Do you have any sense of when this might happen?
Not yet.
Okay.
As I reflect more on my vision soon. Potentially.
Okay.
So I know you got to head off, Morin.
I do.
And I will send you the vision stuff. And
Cool.
see you later.
And thanks, Drock, for recording, because I will be able to watch the rest of this later.
For sure. Take care.
Thanks, Gary.
Have fun.
Bye.
Hi.
Right. So you guys fly in that direction, keeping the flotilla on sensors. And you're going to get pretty close to, actually, it's going to be a little bit less than that. It's going to be about there. And as you're going, the places where the markers are for basically you coming in range of Leviathans rather than them coming in range of you, it's not exclusively to the northeast, but it's pretty heavily towards the northeast. And then as you get to about here, the sensor shows something else. So on that edge of your sensor range, you see something that you haven't seen before on the sensor. It's not marking as a Leviathan or anything, but it's like an area that has just some sort of like blocked out marking on your sensor. More like a blank spot than anything else.
Plucky.
I think that's our boy.
Oh, right, because a more powerful beacon
Yeah.
can like go under the radar.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is it like something's being jammed? Or is it...
It doesn't look like something's being jammed, but you're not really sure how like something else jamming would look on the ship sensors because you've not experienced it before. You've experienced someone else jamming you, but basically, you've experienced someone else blinding you, but you've not experienced someone else being invisible, I guess is the best way to think about that.
Okay.
So you're not sure what that sensor reading is. You can ask the ship.
Is
like,
it coming from in the water? Can I tell?
It's in the water. It's pretty deep in the water.
Is
Okay.
it about 200 feet long?
Much bigger than 200 feet. This is like maybe 1.5 miles wide.
Oh. Oh no.
Maybe that's where they're coming from?
Yeah.
Is there a portal,
Or
a rift
maybe
into another world?
the Leviathan just have like a, like, I mean, we have like a beacon range much larger than our ship. Maybe they just have like a blot out range much larger than their actual physical form.
Maybe. Hopefully.
So, what do you want to do?
Okay.
Do you want to keep moving north and east?
Is this thing moving at all?
It is not. It is stationary.
Do we want to hold position until something happens?
Ask Plucky what it knows of that area and what this sensor blackout zone means.
Plucky, what could disrupt sensors in this area?
There are several things that could disrupt sensors in the area. Which specific reading or type of sensor disruption are you requesting?
The type of sensor disruption that we are experiencing at, and I give the position.
Sensors are not disrupted in the area. Sensors are merely locating the presence of a planar anomaly. As you're
Explain.
having this thing, you see something come out of that area that's a Category 1 Leviathan that then immediately gets pinged by the ship and swims away.
Mm.
We have to swim close. We have to go closer, guys.
Forget that. We gotta go
We have
through. Get your
Yeah.
concordance with the helmet. We gotta go in.
Oh my god, we
Yo.
could. Yeah.
Yeah, into the
Yo.
evil Leviathan plane. That's a great idea.
Oh my god, what if it's no don't?
It probably is. Well, let's go a little closer.
So is that the plan? Get closer?
Yeah.
All right, so you continue flying. Again, the ship does move pretty quickly, but big areas and things like that. You can see that the area is, not quite spherical. It's more oval shaped, but it's clearly at the very bottom of the ocean, and it's, like I said, it's about 1.5 miles wide and about 0.5 mile deep. And it's just this area of blocked out sensor things. And then as you're flying, maybe once every 10 minutes or so, it's not regular by any means, but every now and again, you see a Leviathan exit that area.
Ooh.
After the second one exits the area, you can feel, and those of you guys that are on deck can see, the slits in the side of the deck open up and 8 platforms float away from the deck of the ship.
Right, weapons are activated then.
Is Al's weapon active?
Yes.
So you can see that the ship basically stops categorizing it as an unknown and is now categorizing it as a threat, as it is apparently, well, from the ship's perspective, producing Leviathans.
Can you ask Plucky if there's any way the ship can shut down a planar anomaly?
I will ask exactly in those words.
Ship systems have the capability of shutting down planar anomalies that are not fully formed. This planar anomaly is not yet fully formed.
Well,
Let's
there
do
you
it.
have it.
It's specifically a planar anomaly, not a portal, right?
Ship sensors at this range cannot determine anything beyond the presence of a warping of the plane. What type of anomaly it is difficult to tell from this sensor range.
Because we have closed portal as a ritual from the table.
Well,
in the
but
lab.
the ship said it can do it if it's not fully formed, and this one is not yet fully formed. So my current thought is, if it's fully formed, it will spit out that big thing that kills the flotilla. So we should go shut this thing down with the ship. So we should figure out how.
Yeah, Plucky, how do we shut down planar anomaly?
Depending on the nature of the planar anomaly, the destination, and the number of planes involved, it could take a significant portion of ship's power. And then it
How
shows
much?
you sort of a diagram that
That's a
then
depending.
basically shows the weapons array being placed around wherever the anomaly is, and then the energy coming from it gets converted to being raw energy, not of any particular type, just raw energy from the plane shift. And more or less, the way the ship explains it, it doesn't turn it off or close it. It just plane shifts the anomaly to somewhere else, and that breaks the connection with whatever plane it's on.
Okay, that's awesome.
So
Let's do
fuck
it.
off.
Can it just put it in the sun?
hypothetically, If this is hypothetically, if this is like a portal to, or if this is like an anomaly that's open to no don't, and the part that's on this side gets plane shifted by the ship, does that mean that is still open, or would it just cut off the connection completely because it's no longer anchored to a point?
plane shifts and planar anomalies that create portals or wormholes that allow travel from one plane to another must be specifically anchored within one plane and then anchored to another plane once they are complete. Changing to either anchor will disrupt the planar anomaly and should lead to complete collapse of the anomaly.
Okay, so we're not just going to open a Leviathan portal to nowhere and some poor unsuspecting people in a different plane. That was what I was worried about.
Just put it in the sun. Let them all go into the sun. But yeah, let's do it. I'm totally down with this plan.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we would need to get closer, right?
Yes.
All right. Is everyone agreeing? Are we diving?
So there's two things that I want to make clear. One, the ship is pretty clear that you need to be within weapon system range, which is like half a mile of the thing for you to be able to use the things to turn it off. And the second thing is if you go within to basically put the ship on top of this thing, you're going to be out of range of the flotilla. So just making sure we're clear on that.
Yeah, I'm good with that. How far out are we? How long will it take? I'm almost tempted to teleport in range so that we speed this up, because we're getting close to the time where it could potentially finish forming.
So it's going to be a couple hours of normal flight, or you could teleport.
I think we better teleport. Also, how much power does it
Yeah.
take to close?
We don't know. But I'm
Basically-
still
Tell us.
in favor of teleporting.
So Griffle can see, basically it tells you that it can't know until it's closer to the portal to know how much ship's power.
Yeah, it depends on. I guess it would depend on the size and how formed it is, or yeah. Okay.
But is there like an upper bound?
So it would say there are some anomalies that are too powerful for the ship to be able to properly disrupt.
Okay.
Up to and including all of the power you have.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Well, I'd say we teleport because I think saving a couple hours is probably better than saving 2%.
Yeah, I think you're right.
All right. Go ahead and give me that arcana, and you have a very specific place you want to go. So
Yeah.
Ooh. What if we end up in the anomaly?
Better
So that-
concordance with the helm.
34, right?
Yeah.
All right. So you're going to teleport to basically be in the middle of that circle. So you're just slightly to the west of your target location.
Beautiful.
The ship's weapon systems kind of power down. The ship's sensors start coming back up. And as soon as the ship's sensors start coming back up, you get this ding, 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 like multiple readings, not only of Leviathan, but of other ships. There are about a dozen emblem class ships due north of where you are. And as the ship sensors start coming online, you can see heavy weapons fire from 2 of those emblem class ships. And they are engaged with several Leviathans.
What class of Leviathan?
So there are a mixture of category 1 and category 2s.
So won't our deterrent system just push those away and who cares?
Maybe. So there's a couple pieces I'm gonna need to get from you. One, you can see that there's about a dozen ships that are emblem class, and several of them are marked as warships to the north. The ship is going to ask you the question.
Origin.
Huh?
What's the origin?
So almost all of them are Hardhome, and one of them is unmarked.
Okay.
So the ship's basically going to ask, do you ping? Do you cloak? What are you doing?
In this case, we don't necessarily want a distraction. I'd cloak and head towards the anomaly still.
I don't think we want to. So first of all, we don't want to freak them out if they're friendly. We don't want to give them more to worry about. If
Okay.
they're not friendly, I don't want them knowing that we're here. So either way, I think cloak.
Okay. So you cloak and you see the ship's sensors kind of go out. There's that thing where you immediately see the I think it's actually 12 emblem class ships. You see a couple of smaller beacons that are further north at the very edge of your sensor range. And then you see a cluster of Leviathans around those emblem class vessels. And then when the sensor sweep hits a second time, you get like the first, hey, this is a rough view of what's going on. When it sweeps a second time, you see that the initial sensor did not detect that there are 2 Category 4 Leviathans engaging the fleet to your north.
Fuck.
Nothing seems to have noticed you, and so far the ship sensors haven't sent off the ping to the other Leviathans either.
If we can chase off the 1s and 2s with our deterrent system, that'll give the ships a better chance of fighting off just the class 4s. We can deal with the portal and then go help.
I think regardless, our priority is to close this thing. Because they're going to keep coming otherwise.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Kill this corner.
So you have a couple options, right? The ship has not sent off the ping yet. Do you want to send off the ping, the deterrence ping, to try to get rid of the lower category Leviathans? You know that if you do that, the Category 4s will, at bare minimum, know that you're there. And
Yeah.
probably the fleet will probably know you're there as well.
Will they be able to pinpoint where we are if we're cloaked?
They'll know
No.
that the ping came from somewhere.
That's fine. We can ping and immediately start moving because we need to move anyway. But I don't know. Maybe it's best to ignore everything, close the portal, then go help.
Yeah,
It's up
I
to
think
you.
we focus on the portal.
Yeah, we can't help everyone all the time.
Also, a bunch of Cat 1s and 2s aren't going to make a huge difference when you're already fighting, was it 2 Cat 4s?
Yeah.
2 Cat.
Yeah. 1s and 2s aren't going to make a huge, like, whether they're there or not is not going to make the difference between surviving and not surviving. They do not have a fighting chance. If we barely fought off one, they do not have a fighting chance. Our best hope is to get this done as quickly as possible and then go help them if we can.
Wasn't ours a special one, though? A dark something?
A dark light, yeah. Are these ones dark light or are they not?
They're not.
Okay. So, and do I know what that means?
You've never seen that designation before.
Okay. But the captain of the flotilla, the fishing fleet, seemed to know what a dark light was.
He did. He reacted to you saying that it was a dark light.
Okay, well, we should probably ask him at some point.
Yeah. Hindsight. Yeah, let's just go deal with the portal.
Okay. So you don't ping, don't do anything like that. You see this, what kind of seems like a battle happening on the edge of sensor range, and you dip down under the surface of the water and head towards this anomaly. I will say that because of sort of timing of things, and because you guys are as close as you are when you're here, when you guys get close and you see the portal things go and the little platforms go and they surround where the beacon is, you can see the sensors, now that you're much closer, designating things. And as it's flipping through, you're seeing that the anomaly isn't resisting like it's a creature. And it's not trying to, like, it's not reacting like a thing. It's not reacting like a creature. It's reacting like a thing. You're sending stuff off, getting feedback from it, and you see that the little platforms open slightly and send off a bunch of like firing readings, and the ship's computer, the Plucky, gets flushed with information on what this is. And then after about 30 seconds of fire on the anomaly, you see something change, and what looks to be just like a Leviathan forms out of basically nothing. Like it wasn't there before, and then just sort of grows out of this little spot of slightly darker water. As soon as it does, 2 of the weapons platforms turn and deal incredible amounts of damage at like point blank range to this Leviathan, blowing like 3-meter sized holes in the side of this creature as it basically comes out of this anomaly right next to 2 of the weapons platforms. And the creature kind of tries to limp away, and then as it's trying to swim away, you see it turn slightly more and more. The tentacles stop moving, and it begins to float slowly to the surface, trailing just blood and viscera.
Yep, I like our ship.
Nice. Yep.
You kind of knew, Griffle, and I guess everybody else, that the Category 1s weren't really a threat to the ship. But knowing that and seeing the ship deal with a Category 1 are 2 slightly different things.
Yeah.
So you see it, and the ship kind of floats through. You see this massive list of stuff happen, and like in your head, as thousands of words just appear in your brain, and then immediately they start graying out. Just big sections of them start darkening away until eventually one of them pops up and solidifies in your mind. Plucky then responds, "Destination location found," and then shows you on the map where this goes.
Black fins.
Oh.
Wait, black fins. Okay.
Cool. So how much power to close it?
So Chip shows the calculations, shows where it is, and if you guys will look on your map, you'll see that Blackfins is located in the Shadowfell, if memory serves. I think it is.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So you see it's located in the Shadowfell, and the thing basically says, the ship says, breach is self-sustaining once the anomaly is complete. And then you see it kind of like running through things, and then eventually the Plucky says, depending on shunting destination, there may be collateral damage to nearby entities. Without collateral damage, it would cause a significant expenditure of ship's resources. With collateral damage, it would not significantly drain the ship, and shows you basically 2 options. You can either shunt it to a place where it's far enough away that the connection's going to just break and it's not going to cause problems, or you can shunt it off to a place that's closer and easier to do, but because of the size of the anomaly, it is going to have some drawbacks.
Is there any way to tell what the drawbacks are?
So if you ask, Plucky will say, shunted planar anomalies can cause unstable planar rifts, but they are often short-lived. They will also give a significant amount of material from whichever side of the planar rift is closed first, shunted to that location. And then the ship estimates that it's several 100,000 gallons of water is going to get shot wherever it is this is done, and possibly a Leviathan or 2.
Do we have a rough power estimate for both options?
Yes. So with it as it is right now, it's going to be about 10% of ship's energy to shunt it somewhere that is going to cause, that isn't going to be clean, or you can do it cleanly and it's going to cost 25% of ship's energy.
It's going to drain us, but I think it's worth it.
I mean, so we're at 47. 25 brings us below warding, which I don't like. It sounds bad, but I do the dirty one.
Well, so remember that we're recovering at 5% a day.
Yeah, but we drop below warding well, no, we'd be at, so 47 minus 25 is 22. So just above. We can't intraplanar shift. I don't know. It's puts us really low. I'm good with the dirty one myself.
Do you play Magic the Gathering
No.
or like any card game? One of the like key like thoughts in card games that use life totals is that it's a resource and you should use it. And I think that playing fast and loose isn't so bad sometimes.
Yeah, I'm also only one vote. I mean, if everyone else is good with the 25, I mean, I'm not going to argue it.
Yeah, I think we spend it. I don't like the idea of having this portal be open longer,
Anywhere.
or we're expelling Leviathan.
Do also be aware, so we're going to immediately close this, and then we have to get up north to help with the level 4s, right?
Yeah.
Which means we won't be able to teleport there. We won't be able to teleport back to the flotilla.
I do want to say one thing real quick. Again, at this point, Griffle would be able to see the character sheet for the ship. And so you know that some of the better weaponries do take additional ship's resources. You augment the weapon system of the ship with ship's resources. So if you do want to get into a battle, the energy is going to be used in the battle if that's something you want to do.
Okay, so the minimum power for warding is 20%, and we're not dropping below 20%.
If we
Correct.
teleport anywhere, we'd basically be at 20%, then use a weapon, then our warding drops off.
Yeah.
Do we know, like when it says collateral damage somewhere, is that in our plane, in a different plane? Do we know that?
Hang on, there was crying in the background. If that was directed to me, could you repeat?
Yeah, so do we know where the collateral damage will happen? Like, is it in our plane or in a different plane? Or is that just unknown? Sorry, what?
So basically, the ship is saying that it is creating a link between a specific place in the Shadowfell and a specific place in the Prime. So it's going to shunt a bunch of material to not the Prime material and not the Shadowfell.
So it's going to be collateral damage in some other plane, which may not even be a plane we care about.
True.
Let's do the 10%. Let's save some power. We're going to go immediately to another fight. I think we need the power for weapons.
Yeah, I think I'll vote for the 10%.
All right, so we got Drock and Syl say 10%. What is Griffle's opinion?
Griffle doesn't like the idea of dumping like a ton of water and perhaps some leviathans on some unsuspecting people. Like, there are sentient beings that live on other planes. It's not just the Prime.
But it could be that we send a whole bunch of leviathans to no don't. So,
I would assume, and I don't know if this is actually accurate, but I would assume that the ship would look for somewhere close to dump it. So either close to where we are in the Prime or close to where the connection is in the Shadowfell.
So the way the ship explains it is basically going to cut the connection off and then allow it to sort of shunt the energy to wherever is the sort of path of least resistance. So it's likely to be someplace that's close.
As characters, do we actually have any knowledge of other planes and how many planes are inhabited?
No idea.
I mean, in my mind, we're trying to save the Prime, not other planes. That's kind of my thought. I don't know. One, which way are you leaning?
I think I'm leaning towards spending more because it sounds like this portal would get rerouted to somewhere nearby.
A nearby plane, not nearby on our plane.
But that could be like the wilds, probably. I don't know.
At this point, we are aware enough of other planes that I feel like saying nearby is not safe enough.
I feel like Leviathan are just so bad that we don't want to risk getting them out.
So it sounds like we've got 2 votes for 10, 2 votes for 25. Phil, have I heard your answer yet?
Yeah, I'm leaning towards more. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we're all just contemplating.
I'm sitting
Okay.
here wishing I knew what Morin's vote would be.
Well, wait.
Gary, when Plucky says like the prime, do we Plucky says nearby, do we know if that's like nearby but specifically a different plane, or nearby but it could be on the prime?
So it means nearby, but it's neither the Shadowfell nor the Prime, because it needs to shift it to
Okay.
a different plane that's not one of those
So
two,
it would be the elemental chaos or the wilds.
Or the
or one of the
this-
other planes. Yeah.
there's one other one
So
we know about.
the Astral Sea and the Elemental
Yep.
Chaos are not the names of planes. It's the name of a kind of a category of planes. So like the
Right,
plane of
okay.
Elemental Fire is in the Elemental Chaos, but the plane of Elemental Water is also in the Elemental Chaos.
Right.
The Shadowfell, the Wilds, and the Prime are the only 3 that are like specifically what they are, and they're not a category, if that makes sense.
Here's what I'll say. If we're going to use more power, I don't want to also then go fight 2 level 4 Leviathans. I would back away from that fight and let them deal with that if we're going to try and spend a good chunk of our power on this. Because I don't
That's a
think we
point,
can.
actually.
I
It's a
don't think we
choice
can do
between
both.
Yeah, I think it is like what it comes down to is a choice between collateral damage in an unknown location, or letting essentially like not being able to engage in this fight, and therefore like it's probably guaranteed lights out for the 12 ships up north. So yeah, I think maybe it might be better to conserve the power in that case. Like fight the fight that we know we can fight, as opposed to collateral damage in in an unknown location.
At the end of the day, I am not wearing the helmet.
Don't put this on me. This is a group decision. Oh, Captain, my captain.
Well, there's 5 of us, so if you're swayed, then 3-2.
So we've got Drock, Syl, and one. One, you're on the 10% side, right?
I was on the 25% side.
Okay, 25%. Okay. So we've got, sounds like 4 versus
Oh.
1 at the moment.
Yeah, Phil, what was your gut feel?
No, I was leaning to 25. But
Okay. All right. So we got,
Right.
yeah,
I,
three-
So
I, I am fine if we do the 10 though, based on Griffel's most recent statement.
Yeah.
okay. This is, again, one of those things
I've been convinced.
because it's a close decision. It's one of those things that I'm like, I'm always like, man, I really wish, like, someone having to lead her, I really wish he'd been able to be here for this, because if it was 3-3, then that would be more discussion and more that sort of thing of sort of figuring it out. But is this sort of everyone's final vote that yes, we're going to go with the 10%, and then conserve the energy to be able to go and engage the ships to the north?
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Definitely want to help out those ships to the north.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have had no indication of the very extremely large Leviathan, correct?
Correct.
Right.
The no good, very bad thing. I think doing 10% in this case is fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So the ship begins to kind of channel, goes to do a thing. You can see the energies being shunted off from your engine into the anomaly. And you can see the anomaly start to like flicker, and even to you guys just being able to look outside of the ship's shields to see down below with all the light and energy, you can see this sort of mirage, this sort of wavy, hazy part of the water where all the energies are going into it and just kind of disappearing. Um, and you see kind of what looks to be, like imagine underwater, you've got like a circle of 8 welding torches that are firing into the center. And you see it, brightening up the light from down below. And after a second, you see the ship start to rotate your shields around, or your weapons platforms around. And as it does, you can see the center part start to swirl and collapse as the anomaly begins to break apart. However, the ship is drawing on the people inside for direction, and you can sense that connection with crew go out from the helm as it's trying to get people to intuit to figure out where the energy needs to be placed. So what it's going to do is you can choose to either pass, and if you do pass, that means you're not sort of engaging with the thing, and it's going to automatically do whatever the ship would do. Or you can attempt to use a skill to help direct the energies for closing this anomaly, and try to take control, or ownership, I guess is a better thing, of one of the platforms. So this is going to be things that are done by intuition and knowledge of arcane magics and knowledge of devices. So by default, that means it's an Arcana check, a Dungeoneering check, or a Insight check. If you do not want to use one of those three, you would need to justify your action of, it's going to be something else. So, Griffle, I would have you go first if you would like, and then you either pass one of those three or you justify some other check.
Okay. I'm good to do a dungeoneering check.
Okay.
I'm really hoping I don't roll another one. Oh.
All right, and I believe that is medium DC. It is. So that is 1 success on the challenge. So you help direct the energies. You're very unclear about exactly what you're supposed to be doing, but using the connection with the ship, you can see, this part is causing a little bit more resistance. I can aim the weapon just slightly to one side and push through to cut out the resistance. And in your mind's eye, it almost feels like you're like healing scar tissue more than anything else. Next up would be Syl.
Okay. Sorry, I forgot. It's Arcana, Dungeoneering, or what?
Arcana, Dungeoneering, or Insight are the defaults. So if you want to use something else, you can. You just have to explain how you're using that skill.
Okay. Those are also bad for me, but I will just do Arcana.
Okay. I will say that as a note, if you feel like your direction of this is going to be worse than what the ship will do by default, you can choose to pass. It's just not going to add or subtract anything from the challenge.
Uh,
I'm not saying you should. I'm just making it clear what the conditions of the check are.
Okay. I will roll the dice.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
There you go. Also, is that correct? That seems wrong.
What?
Your check result seems incorrect.
It might be incorrect.
Didn't you say your Arcana was bad?
Yeah, it is.
Then
Yes,
you're
14.
That's a plus 14.
That is really weird. I just put. Okay, maybe I just typoed or something.
So your actual Arcana is 3, not 14. So you've got something in that thing that's wrong.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
So yeah, you're getting an extra 11 from somewhere. That's
I will fix it eventually.
all right. So that means that the check result is 23,
Mhm.
which does mean that you meet hard DC. So as much as you try to sort of shy away from the natural tendencies of pixies to be good with machines, there are occasional times where you just sort of hit the buttons and let your intuition go, and shit just kind of works for you. So that is going to be 2 successes towards the challenge. So a total of 3 successes so far. Next up is going to be Drock.
Yeah, so I have no idea what I'm doing, but I feel like by watching what everyone else is doing, I'm just going to try and mimic what they're doing. So kind of like streetwise and just follow their lead.
Hmm.
Can I roll with that?
I'm trying to think. So if you're trying to do what everyone else is doing and mimic their lead, that would usually be something like insight.
Oh,
Um,
dang.
or bluff. I could also see bluff being there as well.
Well, I could do
Streetwise,
bluff, actually. Bluff is better than streetwise.
yeah, I mean that can make sense for bluff because bluff is basically just trying to fake it till you make it.
Oh, yeah.
And
Good at that.
it work. Yeah. 23. Hard DC success.
On the money.
Has 5 successes towards the challenge. All right. Next up is one of many.
All right. So I will go Arcana.
26. 7 successes towards the challenge as you guys are all functioning very well as a crew. Aiming your energies in, seeing what other people are doing, and kind of adjusting what you're doing to fire into the sort of hardest part of this, the pieces that are the most well formed of this portal. And last but not least, Phil.
I'm also going to do Arcana, even though my insight is better, but feels more appropriate. Oh, baby.
There it is. So that is even one more success that you needed to complete. No failures on the challenge, so no complications, and you're able to complete it before the anomaly got a turn in the skill challenge. So you guys focus all of your energies in. You see the anomaly start to collapse, and as it's collapsing, you see bits and pieces of probably the destination, wherever this is, and the water grows very, very dark around. And you see this incredibly large tentacle, this tendril reach through the portal, and you see it splits open into half a dozen smaller tentacles that then go and push to either side like it's reaching for something that's interfering with the portal. And one of the tentacles hits a beam from your weapons fire and immediately shrinks back away from it. You get this pulse, and the ship's systems start basically screaming dark light. And then the things retract back through, and you sense this wave of energy building on the other side of the portal, and it snaps shut.
Ooh-wee. Good job, team.
Yeah, shit.
Whew.
If we had all passed.
You did all
What?
pass.
No. As in, like, did not take our turns.
Yeah, so not
Would
taking
we-
your turn means nothing, that you do not score a success or failure, and then I roll a couple of checks at the end of the round. So the way that it works is if you pass, it gets to the end of the round. The anomaly, the enemy, whatever it is, whatever the things that happen for the skill challenge happens, then the default checks happen, which are, they don't have the ability to succeed with 2 successes. They can only get a maximum of 1 success, but they either get 0 or 1 every time, and they don't generate negative consequences. Which, some of your rolls, like if you roll with a +3, you needed a 12 to not have something bad happen.
Yeah.
Which, hey, rolling a 20 every time, usually very helpful in these situations.
Yeah.
So the thing snaps shut, and you see the water sort of displace for a second, and then, like there's a bubble that opens in the bottom of the ocean, and then the water immediately, refills it instantaneously. The ship does shift a little bit, and you see the weapons platforms get pulled into the space where the water was, but they have no problems making it back out and back to the ship.
Griffle, can you ask Plucky what a dark light is? Because Plucky can obviously identify them.
I think I did initially when the dark light appeared, and Plucky couldn't tell me.
So
Is that right, Gary?
Correct. Yeah.
okay, let's ask a very pointed question. How does it differentiate a dark light from a normal Leviathan?
Okay, yeah, that's a great question. I'll ask in those exact words.
So the ship systems, like it takes a second for it to respond, and then it shows you the graphs that you'd seen before, where your graph and its graph, and then you see it shows two graphs side by side, and then the lines going up and down, and it says dark light, and then it shows you just your graph, and then no graph on the other side, and then the ship says non-dark light.
Sorry, could you explain that again? I'm not sure I followed.
Just in layman's terms.
So
It's like a
when you
power
initi-
graph.
Yeah, so when you're initially engaging it, and I'll see if I can try to pull it to. Is this? Yeah. Okay. So this is my little like random drawing board. All right. So imagine you've got a graph that's going like up and down and up and down, right?
Uh-huh.
And then you've got another graph going up and down and up and down.
Yep.
So when it labels and it says on this side is the ship always. So it says if these things happen, that means that the one on the right is a dark light. And then it says when I do this and this side does this, it's not a dark light.
So if it's
Interesting.
able to overpower it, it's not a dark light. Basically,
Not
okay.
sure. Yeah, I get the visual representation. I'm with you on what I think I'm with you on what Plucky's trying to say. I have some ideas of what it might be, but I don't. Yeah, not sure.
Does it have the axes labeled?
It does not.
Always label your axes, kids.
Right? Like step one in
so-
math.
So the flat line basically means like the one that gets overpowered is what we have deduced.
Possibly.
Yes. In general, though, it seems like dark lights are much more powerful.
Yeah, it's like resistant to being overpowered.
Yeah. Maybe it's a different like classification of beacon altogether, but I don't know.
Mm.
So unless other people have anything else they want to do here, so my next thing would be so now let's teleport to the fight and go help out with the class 4s, like first and foremost before those guys get overwhelmed.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
I think that would be a great idea.
Real quick, when you're trying to figure this out, Griffle, are you displaying this to the other people in the group? Are you showing this to somebody else? Like, are you just trying to think of it? Because normally this is all in your head. For these
So I think Drox asked me the question. I'm going to I'm going to convey my answer to him, but if I have I'd have to draw it out, right? So I'd get out my notebook and I would sort of scribble what Plucky showed me, like this is what it looks like when Plucky has a dark light, and this is what it looks like when Plucky doesn't have a dark light.
Okay, so the default check for this would be something like history. You can justify kind of whatever else you want. This is basically for how accurately you can quickly make a drawing of this to show to other people, because this is going to matter a little bit.
Okay. I mean, would you?
And I'm generally game where if you can think of a justification why, it should be something else.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm actually thinking about thievery. Like, I know what's in my head, but I'm trying to make my fingers do the thing.
I mean, yeah, thievery is the catch-all for fine motor skills, so you could definitely do that for a quick drawing. Could be a good thievery check.
Yeah. I mean, thievery's a 4 instead of a 3. You only get like oh, the duality of man.
So Griffle just draws this thing out really quickly, and then when she draws it out and shows the other line, when you see it on the paper and are not having it described to you, you pretty quickly can figure out what it means. And once she describes the two graphs kind of going against one another, you're pretty certain you know what that is. The one on the left is what people normally look like when you try to commune with them. The one on the right, the one on the top, on the right, top right looks like what it normally looks like when you're trying to commune with someone who's sleeping or doing some sort of telepathic activity. The skills that you developed in Prosperity were primarily on people whose minds didn't have oscillations, that didn't change, that were flat and simple, and you had to prod them into activity. You're pretty certain that the ship is describing like sentience, like brain activity.
Damn.
So from that perspective, from the ship is what the ship is saying is that basically if it has to compete with the mind of something else, it calls that a dark light. The other things don't have a mind from the ship's perspective.
The greatest diss of all.
Okay, that's super cool. Glad we asked those questions.
Yeah.
I still want to know what the flotilla captain thinks a dark light is.
Yeah.
Yes.
The scariest shit you've never seen.
I also have
So-
no idea how to describe to the captain that we saved them and how, because, closing a major rift is just going to bring up more questions, but, whatever.
We're just gonna be like, yeah, you know that threat we told you about? We fixed it.
Bye.
We'll take our payment now.
There was so much discussion. It did end up being used to 10%, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So let me adjust
Notes
the
this
ship.
down. When you go to the elemental plane of water, there will be leviathans there.
No, I'm making sure the ship's energy is correct on the reading, and now we're figuring out where it goes. So I haven't had a couple people roll random stuff for me, and the two people that have not rolled random stuff for me lately have been Drock and Phil. So, Drock, give me 1d12, and Phil, give me a percentage.
Wait. Is it just slash D100?
You can do that, or you can hit the little roll button on the left, or you
Oh,
can
it's
do
good.
bracket, D100 bracket.
Square brackets, guys.
Let's do this one.
79, okay.
And we don't get to know where this is going, right? You're just going to do that and not tell us?
The ship will tell you.
Oh, okay, cool.
I mean, it's a planar rift that it's screwing with. It's shooting stuff through the rift, so it knows where it goes.
Gary has 1,200 locations where he can send this rift.
Right?
In his notes, he just multiplies the numbers together.
Okay. So that's where. Oh. Huh. Can it? One, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. And you roll the 79. So it goes through 1, 2, 3 boundaries. They can get there. Huh.
Oh, wait. He said, I don't like these sounds that he's transmitting over
So
there.
I'm going to show you what it looks like using the way that we're basically deflecting energies to show you where it went. It went 8 jumps and used it to go across 3 lines. So this is what it did.
It's literally what Drox said. That's really funny.
I'm good with that. Yeah.
Wait, where did it go?
That's no don't.
hmm
Wait, what?
Sure.
It went to no don't?
Yeah.
Guardera
So-
is the same thing.
So we're gonna be fighting some like super hybrid, no don't / adversary monsters in a few seasons.
Oh my god, that's
wait, wait.
amazing. It actually did go to no don't.
Wait, calls up. You like call up what's his name, and you're like, hey, we sent you reinforcements, except they're on the enemy's back lines.
Yeah. No kidding. Whoops.
Well, all
Lord
right. then.
Aegis, that's his name.
So the anomaly dies down. You see the ships being engaged to the north, and head north to do stuff as well.
Yeah, Gary. Sorry, just
Yeah.
thinking through that drawing that you just did, because you say it went 8 jumps and 3 lines. What do you mean by the 3 lines?
You have to see the other map.
Oh, right, with the Sorry, got it.
So I don't have the other map as a big piece, but
Yeah, as soon as
79
you said it, the different planes, the astral, all that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 3. It had enough strength to get through 3 regions. So if on my map is it crossed 3 lines. So it crossed 1 line twice and 1 line once, which is 3 lines. So it did have enough energy to do that. So if it didn't, it would have stopped 1 jump ahead of time, and it would have gone to what is this?
Those pillars of creation.
Pillars of Creation. Yeah, it would have stopped at the Pillars of Creation.
I mean, those are just beautiful rolls, guys.
That's very funny.
All right. So, this is the thing where I would take a step back and say, all right, well, we can go to do the engage with the other ships. I have not finished writing into Roll20 the rules for the ship battles. And partially because you guys did intentionally, use less energy so that you could engage and have your tools and stuff available. I kind of don't want to wing it as much as I might otherwise normally do, because I want it to be like, I want this to be a fun use of a ship battle. So would kind of open it up to you guys. What would you like to do here? Would you guys like to kind of end early and then we'll pick up on the ship battle? Would you like to do something else on the way over there? Because it's unless you guys teleport over there, it's going to be a minute for you guys to make it to the battle.
I think we were planning on, or at least Drox said we were going to.
I figured teleport. My vote. I'm okay. Any bit early. Then we can have Josh back for anything cool that happens. So it's only an hour, so I'm good ending a bit early if we want.
Okay.
That works for me too.
Could we? This is maybe a a bit greedy, but could we, or like personal greed? Could we teleport? You describe it, and then we end.
That's what I was going to do.
Excellent. That's what I want.
So,
I want to see
Paper Game
chaos.
mostly is like, I know that other people have some minor things that they wanted to do like overnight and stuff, because I know, Phil, you sent me a message last session about something you wanted to do, which would be reasonable for it to take place overnight. So if there were like personal things that you wanted to do like overnight last time, or questions or whatever, then we could do that instead, or we could just end a little early this time.
When you say, what do you mean by overnight? Because if we're teleporting there is no overnight.
You guys, like last night.
Oh, you're saying we'd do like a little time jump?
Well, you sent me a message and asked me a question.
Yes, I know what message I sent you.
Yes. And so I said, you could do that, just not right now. So it's reasonable that it could have been done last night, basically. And we would be doing that little aside. So that'll either happen in your vignette channel, or we could take a time to do it right now. I'm saying stuff like that. If people had things they wanted to do overnight, we could try to do that. But it sounds like we can just teleport and then end there. And I'm going to be giving... So normally I would just give this information about the ship and ship stuff to Griffle. Because of the nature of the combat coming, and because there's so much information, because I don't want it to all have to be filtered through Foxy, I'm going to write up the full thing, and I'm going to share the ship's capabilities with everybody and share how the ship combat rule stuff and everything. So ideally, you could read them between now and next time, because everyone is going to be able to use the ship when it gets into full on combat. It's not going to be just Griffle. The only thing that Griffle has control over that everyone else can't is movement for the ship. So Griffle is the only one that's able to move the ship, but everyone else can take non-movement actions using the ship's systems. So I'll send over the rules for the thing. I'll send over the classifications and the sort of stat blocks for all of the allied ships and for the enemies. So you guys can sort of get an idea of what this looks like, because you're going to be teleporting into the middle of a complex battlefield. And I want you guys to have the information so that you're not just, at the table getting overwhelmed by it. You can sort of like read through parts of it, or, read through it and then like set it aside and do other stuff and then come back like a couple days later and read through it again. Make sense?
Yeah, sounds good.
Cool. So the thing dies down, the teleportation thing winds up, you see the ship's weapons. Take a second and you get that same override that you're confirming you're turning off weapons with enemies within range. And Griffle, I imagine you were doing so?
No. What do I need? Sorry, what do I need to do?
So you're teleporting, and part of teleportation is turning off the weapon systems.
Right.
The weapon systems are saying we currently have enemies within range, like within radar range.
Oh, so I need to manually turn it off before we can jump?
Yes, because the ship's saying the
Then
automated system.
yes, no problem. Okay, sorry. I thought it would just do it automatically if it needs to be off to jump.
Basically, it does normally do it, but if there's enemies within range, it'll ask you to confirm you really do want to turn this off in order to teleport, because the ship wants to defend itself first and let you bounce around the multiverse second. So it goes off, and one of many, give me your teleportation. $25 and 14 is 39, so within 10 miles of the destination. All right.
Gary, what is with that 8?
I have no idea. You can teleport there. So you're going to end up being, move this now, just north of Hardhome, and in the sky.
I thought we were trying to get like closer to like just below Hardhome, so wouldn't we be a little closer than that?
So like there?
Probably, because
Technically over
wasn't the
Hardhome.
fight like at the top of the circle, which was... Well, I guess I don't quite know where the fight was, so yeah, I don't know.
That's fine. I think that makes more sense. I always am a little off on how good the scale on the map is bigger than I always think it is.
Ah, okay, fair.
That's my fault. So you're going to basically be right above the port of Hardhome when you teleport out.
Oh yeah, that's totally fine. We're just showing off the ship again and again and again, right?
So you guys teleport off and you see this city below you. The port of Hardhome is a heavily fortified fjord. So there's an island with these huge mountains. And there is, like, most of the other parts of the mountains have like gentle slopes getting down, but there is one side that is these two cliff faces that are straight up like well over 200 feet tall. And you can see that there's things built into the cliff faces. And as you teleport in, the sound of roaring cannon fire can be heard below you as stationary batteries of cannons on the fortress are firing into the ocean on the things coming out of the water. You can also see that the city walls that are surrounding, so you've got like this heavy fjord that is fortified, and then around either side of the fjord there is a wall that goes around this city, and going down from the city to the fjord there are these huge elevators, these platforms that can be moved up and down, as well as several different stairs and things like that. The stairs look like they've been probably intentionally damaged or destroyed, and there's big sections missing from it. And the walls on the outside of the city are swarming with things. Some of them look vaguely humanoid, but have way too many appendages or have tendrils or tentacles coming off of them. In the air floating above the city walls, you can see there are these masses of tentacles and eyes and mouths that are floating in the air, shooting down beams of black and purple energy at the defenders on the walls, who are huddling behind battlements and occasionally returning fire with magic and with arrows and stuff, shooting at these things hovering over the enemy. In the middle, kind of back ranks of the ground troops assaulting the walls, there are these massive blobs of black ichor that when you look a little bit closer, you can see what looks to be kind of like a human brain, only it's about 4 meters across and has dozens of tentacle legs extending out in either direction, propping it up off the ground. And around it, there are these floating, again, looks like brains with beaks, with these long tendrils covered in spikes that are hovering around it. And they're snapping the air around whenever anything gets close to one of these brain things. Out at sea, you can see things are not too much better, as the harbor is full of small ships that have capsized and been destroyed, as well as, from your perspective now, you can see in the beacon 20 warships, 20 things that are emblem class beacons, as well as one slightly better emblem class beacon that you think is probably the beacon of Hardhome itself, that are basically full power, very short range, but trying to set themselves to maximum deterrence. And there's cannon fire and magic fire coming from the ships, lancing into things in the water. In the water, there are dozens of Category 1 Leviathans reaching up and grabbing things on board ships, trying to tear apart the bigger vessels. So far, they look like they're being not super successful at tearing apart the big vessels, but you can see the water is littered with corpses and chunks of the smaller vessels that got just ripped through and torn apart. And part of the harbor, the edges that are sloshing up against the bottom parts of the fjord are sort of foamy and filled with debris and bodies. And in the middle of the fjord, down under the water, kind of at the base of their deep water port, you get an immediate ping of a third Category 4 Leviathan that is deep within the port, sending up these waves of energy that are lashing at the city itself, as the city's defenders are slightly away from shore, firing and engaging with the other 2 Category 4 Leviathans. That is where we'll begin session next time.
So a little more chaos than we thought we'd have here.
Yeah.
Damn, we should have sent out a pulse before we went to deal with this fucking portal.
It may have drawn their attention towards us, though. So
It might have made things more complicated for us,
I
yeah.
feel like we did the right thing, but damn.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wait,
Gary, I
so
brought up Arrival earlier. Do these aliens look like those?
Not really.
But logic. No? Okay. I can't get that image out of my head.
Oh, is that from Arrival? I was trying to figure out what was from. I've seen Arrival.
Yeah.
Long
that
time
tentacle
ago.
picture,
I could show you what some of the things look like, because I do have pictures of. I didn't think you guys were going to go do this, so I don't have it all put in Roll20 yet. But can show you what some of the creatures look like in a second.
are these 3 Leviathan Darklight?
One of them is.
Okay.
So the one that's in the port is a dark light. The other 2 Category 4s are not.
Oh, so that might mean he can shut down our ship.
So these are one of the things that you see defending those
Hell
brain
yeah.
things. You can see a little clearer.
That's cool.
Nice.
So basically how this will function, and you guys will have a handout that'll explain it because this is a fairly complicated thing. This is clearly a city that's under siege. And next time there's going to be, just so you guys know where you're going to be coming into and what to look at when I give you all the information. There's going to be sort of explanations of ship combat. I already have kind of an autopilot of what the ships are going to do and what the Leviathans are going to do. The primary things are going to be a combination of the actual sort of combat in rounds of initiative, right, between your all ships, your ship, the ships that are defending Hardhome, and the Leviathans. And then the secondary thing is there will also be a skill challenge for helping the defenders of the city, because while your weapons are on a different scale of the things that are defending the city, they can still be useful. But using the skills and helping with the defenders of the city is going to detract from energy and turns that you take engaging things in combat, right? So when you take a turn, you can either use skills and things like that to engage with the beleaguered defenders of Hardhome, or you can use it to help pilot the ship's weaponry to fight in the ship-to-ship combat. And you guys will get all that stuff next time. So
Awesome.
that's it for
Alright.
session. Anyone have anything they want to say or do or whatever at the end of session today? Because we are ending a little early.
Made
Cool.
pretty good progress today, I think.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
we
we
did,
did
a
something.
lot today.
Mm-hmm. Do we have a date for the next one?
The sound.
So technically, the initial plan was to do next week.
Okay.
That being said, I would feel very guilty if we had session next week. Because the person that would have to miss next week would be Griffle.
Mm.
And I feel like defending a major city in a fleet using a huge ship against a bunch of Leviathans
I want to play
would
the
be a
ship.
bad
I want to play the ship.
that'd be a bad session for Griffle to miss.
I want to play the ship, guys. I want to do it.
So with that being said,
So hold up, because so the reason that I'm not available for session is because I have a concert the same night, right? And I don't want to get up at 7 a.m. and then stay up until like 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning for the concert. I do have the day off on the Monday following. I could maybe like come an hour and a half late to session so we could still have it. I just don't want to be up at 7 a.m. and have like a super long day.
You come an hour and a half late when we're fighting at the beginning of the session. I don't think that would.
Yeah.
Well, I think she's suggesting start late.
Yeah.
Start
We could
late,
also
yeah.
start late.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
What I would say is if we're going to do that, then we'd have session and then basically just have session be that combat. So start when Griffle is able to make it, probably an hour and a half late, and then we'll go until the combat's over and then be done. Which honestly, I think is probably going to take most of the time between an hour and a half and the end of session. But yeah, so if we end up ending a little bit early so Griffle can kind of chill, then cool. Or Foxy.
Yeah, if it was any other session, I would say just go ahead without me. It's not a problem. I don't mind missing stuff a lot of the time, but I think I would really mind missing this.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can start late. I'm good with that.
All right, so next session will be on June 25th, and we'll start a little bit late. And yeah, go from there. I also have to get up on the 25th at like 7 in the morning, which is going to suck, but that'll be fine.
Cool.
Well,
Harry, we can do the thing in. Was your idea that others would sit in on the thing?
no, my idea was, I was basically saying if we weren't going to end session early and we wanted to keep doing stuff for a little bit, was there anything else that people wanted to do the previous night, talking to each other, discussing things? I know there was like discussion of the prophecy and the figuring out about I mean, I guess that's a question for you guys. Now that you have an idea of what the prophecy maybe is or talking about, like, what do you guys want to do about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're gonna need to go
Makes
check out the
the
Stormhorns next.
yeah, it makes them more interesting for certain.
I mean, is that going to be the plan? Is like
After learning that storm giants have historically hung out in the Newport area, I think that's also very interesting to me. Those two places. But also we have to revisit. Well, we don't really have to go back to the flotilla. We just told them to hunker down. You know.
I
We
want to
didn't-
ask him
we
what
don't
Dark Light
really-
is. Unless we can find someone else, I want to go back. Be like, what's Dark Light?
But we do have to go back to the guy on the coast. That I can't remember the name of.
Oh yeah, from Lawrence.
I think we should check that the dragon actually left.
Yep.
Like confirm that the guy is still alive, and maybe ask him some questions, and maybe like, I don't know, like we kind of like dragons, right? Like,
Actually,
Yeah.
that's a very good point.
We do.
To find out if he's still alive, because it would confirm.
Oh, but the
what
rod
we
thing
know about the
happened.
rods.
Where?
No, that's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
I see
is
what you
we
mean.
don't,
Yeah.
we don't know. We don't know if it means the thing came to pass or if we changed it, and this will confirm that.
Yeah. But also then we have to deal with the new vision.
I don't think we have to do all of these things necessarily.
Well, but we care about Haven.
technically,
Oh,
we don't
I mean,
have-
okay,
Yep.
we do have to fuck with Haven because we need them. I think.
Mhm.
I didn't realize that's the vision you meant, but yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the maze one, I mean, it's interesting and all, but it's like
Or we're
back
also getting to
burner.
the point where Gary's like, "Fuck this! They can't save everyone," and he's gonna keep throwing giant monsters at different towns until we can't do anything.
Mhm.
that's a little pessimistic.
We admit our
Okay,
ineffectual
maybe not all the
practices.
things are monsters, Gary. Maybe some of them are twisted vampire queens who can rip your arms off with their mind.
Mhm.
turn you into a ritual circle.
I mean, what would have happened is probably going to come to pass right after the battle at Harmholm. So if what you have done has changed and altered one's vision, then you get another vision. So that'll be interesting to see.
I have a theory that you're just gonna like we're gonna keep changing these visions, and you're just gonna keep giving them to us, like over and over. Like it's a never-ending cycle. We're just stuck now.
That's
It
how
also comes
quest
down-
lines work.
This is an interesting. I again, I literally watched Arrival last night, and that movie brings up a lot of ideas about free will. So if you know what's gonna happen, and you work to change it, like what free will do you actually have? You know, it's a difficult question.
I will say, since you watched that movie and you liked it, the guy who wrote the short story that's based on, Ted Chiang, is an awesome author, and he has a lot of amazing short
I heard
stories.
that the book is good too.
Yeah.
Agreed. Like it is very good. I really like the style of Arrival stuff because again what you guys have seen in my world is I build these cultures and stuff off of language and the way things interact off of language. So and that Arrival is basically that, like the whole how they interact and how the movie is structured and what all the drama is about language first. So I definitely drew from Arrival and a bunch of other sources for the type of sort of near miscommunications that happen with language.
Very cool.
But yeah, I'm excited to get into. I was sitting there like last night. I was working, so I was like, what do I think they're gonna do? So I spent a lot of time making sure I had everything like properly prepped and put together in Roll20 for a couple of different things. And then I was like looking at all of my notes for the ship battles. And I was like, yeah, I mean, it is technically possible for them to get to this and for them to go deal with this, but it's pretty low on the priority list, I think, for me to actually put it into Roll20. I think they're more likely to, go over here and deal with this, or go over here and deal with this, or and then it's like,
Again,
cool, ship battle.
Illusion of free will, Gary. If you think we're not gonna do it,
We're
always
heroes.
gonna.
We want to save everybody.
I feel like we did all of the things though. It's like, let's deal with both dreams, close the portal, end ship battle. Just everything.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
feel like we were pretty optimized, like assuming that the dude is still alive tomorrow and we haven't like just somehow changed the way that he dies. He's still dead.
Well, and he seems important because he's an exiled son of Endeavor. I guess I'm thinking my vision is important.
A human slave colony, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the ones that are going to be attacking Haven.
Endeavor is the major city, like the city state that used to control Haven before they revolted.
That's an interesting question. It feels like a lot of the visions were.
Who's gonna try to attack as well, right?
I didn't hear part of that. Sorry.
It's Baron Fenot who was gonna try to like buy the Ghoul army. And
Baron
attack
Fernand
Haven.
was selling the Ghoul army, and he's selling it to that fat
He's
guy.
selling it to Endeavor, right? Okay.
Yes. Mhm.
right.
The fat guy I can't remember the name of.
Sebastian
Yes.
something.
All right, I'm going to stop the recording now and probably take off.
All right.